Check, mic check. Hey there, guys. I hope everybody's doing all right. I have to remember how to play this game. Why do I have this stopped? What the heck? Let's see today's challenges. Well, stationary. Well, stationary kill 3 unit as snipers from 100 meters or further. Actually, I kind of don't want to go there now, today. I kind of want to get down here. There are like 4... Yeah, 4 sniper towers. What the heck? All that we gotta find is a spot where we see at least 3 of them. And it's 100 meters at least away.
Sniper,
One.
top of the tower.
Yeah, there we go. We see all 4 of them from here.
Sniper up in the tower. Tango number 3. Just spotted one with submachine guns. I got another. That's 5. Sniper, top of the tower.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. There's the 4th.
Sniper up in the tower.
300, 200. 200. 200. Oh, this might be a problem. I'm still not used to this weapon. Okay, so all we have to do is kill 3 snipers while stationary. I'm gonna wait until they leave.
They got alarms rigged up.
Okay, that was about 200. So, I think just above it should do. shit. 1. Do not move.
Enemy marked. I got eyes on an HVT.
2. 3. Okay.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. But Jenny's over here.
Jenny's not over there anymore.
Got a
I mean,
tango.
it still is, but it's not working. Let's attempt to get that last one as well. Okay. I see how it is. I think. Okay. Off we go from here.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
Nobody knew we were there, except those that are still there. Okay, anyway, next one is one of the Oracle missions. Operation Oracle Montauk Alpha without dying. So, Oracle, not that. Fucking, okay. My game just crashed. As usual.
Aren't you supposed to be Steve in this game, or did you forget Ute aimbot to activate?
Stealth? I was stealth. What are you talking about? I know what you're talking about. Thank you very much for that resub, Happy. And welcome in. How are you doing? Ubisoft, wake up. Oh wait, that's right. I think I have to stop it from the task manager. GRW, there we go. And task. Thank you. And play again. Not too bad today. Can't complain now. Well, I can, but it's probably gonna be about you. Yeah, wow, Happy. Just wow. Wow. You're just being honest. Right, okay. Then go ahead. Come on, start complaining. Start complaining about me. How's your princess? Don't break the game, aim better. You know what? Actually, about breaking the game, I think I might know how to reproduce it. About aiming better, I'm just fucked. I cannot do anything about that. Wait, no. No, I don't know what I'm doing anymore, geez. Operation Oracle.
Nomad, I have something for you. I sent a package. I'm patching the coordinates now.
On to
When you get
Alpha.
there, call me.
Princess is doing great. She is... What? Backyard neighbors away. Uh-oh. Every time they get in a little hallway. She chases... Oh, chases them and scares the crap out of them. It's revenge for when they teased her when she was a pup. What the heck? Let me just plug in my phone. Before I forget and it shuts down on me. Go. I should do. Oh, wait. She's chasing who? The neighbors? Like the kids from the kids' neighbors? Or actually grown-up people? Oh, the kids, okay. I thought he's chasing the grown-up adults. That would have been funny. I bet both parties though enjoy. They're playing it out. How is your back doing?
found your package. I have the access
They're
card.
rotating her through
Unidad
the
has
hatch.
custody of a high-level Skel
Don't
tech
forget.
engineer. As you can imagine,
So
he
nice to
knows
see
some
the
sensitive
daughter's
U.S.
screen
industrial
sometimes.
secrets that
It
we'd
makes
like
me
to
happy.
stay secret. Unidad currently is holding him
What
at
the
an
heck?
underground research facility, and that card should open the security door. Check
How
your
you
map
sound
for
like
the
one of
facility's
those old
location.
grumpy
I need you and your team to find him and
old
extract him.
man.
Think you can handle that?
Simple extract. Consider it done.
Don't be so sure this one's gonna be simple.
But
Call
I
me when
absolutely
you have the
understand.
engineer.
I absolutely understand that.
Looks like a Skeltech engineer wandered a little too far from home, and now Unidad has him. We're gonna get him before he spills any high-tech secrets.
Skeltech? As in the tech company started by Jay Skell? Who's that?
Whoa,
Only one
stop,
of the
stop,
smartest
stop,
and richest
stop,
people
stop,
on the
sheesh.
planet. Skeltech probably designed half the gadgets we use. Well, if he's so smart and rich, why does he need us to clean up his mess? Shit, just be glad he
That's not
hasn't
too
replaced us
bad.
with robots yet.
And that is the greatest problem. Getting worse and they can't do anything. So I have to be careful. I see. That sucks. That sucks. My dad started having a similar issue in these past few years. But with his with his shoulder.
What the hell is this shit? It's massive. You see any guards?
No.
Wait, I forgot to
No
put down a
worries,
mine
man.
here.
Keep your head on a swivel. Yo, placing a mine over here. Placing a mine for our Sicario friends.
What have you been up to though these days?
I got the C4
Been
primed.
playing anything?
The demo's primed. There might be civilians inside, so watch your fire. Wait, let me place a mine. Someone's already hit this place. Keep your head on a swivel. Looks like we caught a break. The scientists are still alive. They've just been knocked out. Only the Unidad soldiers have been killed.
So our guy should still be alive. Jeez. How are we supposed to find him in all this mess?
We searched, dumbass.
Oh, hey, Jet. Thank you very much for that lurk.
Yo,
Some company
place a mine
over.
over
Ooh,
here.
nice.
I'm placing a mine for our Sicario friends.
Have fun there, Jet. Been playing Division a lot till Monday, and now look, took a couple of days of gaming to relax a bit. Wait. Been playing Division a lot till Monday, and now took a couple of days of gaming to relax a bit. Oh, like
Shit.
off from gaming.
High caliber rounds. And these guys
That
wanna hurt
sounds like
somebody's feelings.
I've been playing Division a lot, but I took a few days off from the Division to game a little bit.
Wait, let me place a mine.
No, it's all good. It just sounds funny. I'm playing Division, and now I took a few days off to play something else.
Demo's primed and in place.
Sounds like company.
Stay quiet.
Like Division is your work, playing the Division. Which cannot be, because your work is what? Annoying other streamers, annoying streamers.
Walker.
I remember.
Bowman didn't say to expect you.
Cause that tough little handler of ours got no idea I'm here.
What, you sightseeing?
Hunting trip.
Huh, what's the game?
High level, skilled tech engineer.
Still doing that.
Daniel Rodriguez Orion.
I know.
See, Danny here, he's got access to
Yeah, I wouldn't even imagine otherwise.
technology that the government does not want shared. But he's been spending a lot of time in Bolivia.
Probably not out here soaking up the culture, huh?
He's been selling secrets to Unidad. So he and we're about to have a little chat.
Our mission from Bowman was to rescue him from Unidad.
Look, I could blow sunshine up your ass all day, but I'll spare you. Bowman, she's my real target. They know exactly what he's been doing, but she's been protecting the little shit.
What's he do for them?
Informant inside Unidad.
These must be some pretty serious secrets for you to go off script.
Must be.
Fuck, they're here.
Get him up. Okay.
Kayate, you want to live through this? You follow me and do as I say.
You two done making out?
There we go, finally.
Looks like Walker left some fun for us. Time to earn
Okay.
our pay.
Probably should have changed from the healing.
If you want to live long enough to find out, keep your head down.
Fuerzas enemigas detectadas. Todas las unidades, manténganse en alerta máxima.
So from healing to explosive. It's without dying. Hey. Without us dying. There is that one more heavy.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
Oh, two more heavies. Ah, shit. The explosive is not back yet. I forgot. Nope. Oh, I thought there was one more unmarked. Taking cover.
Tangos! Engaging!
There we go. Come on, where are y'all?
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
A todas las unidades, diríjanse hacia el origen de esa explosión. Fuerzas enemigas
Or
probablemente en el área.
I think that might be it. Daniel, if you are going to be in the way, I swear to God. They're both coming. Then if we don't forget, we're gonna get rid of the... Oh, wonderful. Daniel is not getting in the way. Frickin' Walker is getting in the way. Okay, so that was not... There we go.
Get me out of here.
There we go. Okay, this is clear as well. Next. Let's see. I think this should be fine. I'm not blowing everybody up for now. We don't know we're here.
I got a third.
4 now.
That makes 5.
There should be one more here, I think. Or not, okay. Yes, the other ones are in the next room out there. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 more.
That's 10.
Okay, let's see if we can do this quietly. I did manage to do this quietly once. Wait, okay. Keep going. Oh shit. Ah, damn it.
Take this.
Okay.
Estoy viendo una
We're good,
patrulla
we're
de
good, we're good.
soldados yanquis. Fuego sobre ellos.
Of course the fucker comes out exactly when I'm there.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
I'll probably just be here. Oh, what the he came out on that door to go back in the other door. What the heck? All right, 3 more. 2 more. That's coming up. And the other one is down. And clear.
You fellas do good work. We should get together like this more often.
All right, we're good so far.
Next time I'll bring a high caliber rifle. And I'll bring more grenades.
Speaking of grenades, we're gonna get these guys with the grenades.
Got another tango. I got a third target. Frag out.
There we go. That's one that ran down, and there should be a second one. Hopefully he runs down. Sometimes he doesn't. There he is. Reload, I said. Alright, this is clear as well. Now all we got left is upstairs. Guys, I hope you're coming. Wait, do I actually have the guys? Oh shit, I didn't even have the guys activated. I was wondering where they are.
Some hombres close by heard the
Drone is
explosion.
airborne.
¿Dónde se metieron?
So running.
Por aquí están los gringos.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
Están en el perímetro, caray.
Oh, he tried to go up. Okay, I think that's that.
Wow, I don't want any
Opening
of
fire
this.
on these fuckers.
Yeah, open fire.
Get
fire.
ready. Fire.
Roger that.
Come on, show yourself. You did show yourself earlier. Why not now?
Damn, that guy's dead.
Alright. I guess he's the last
Shit.
one.
They've got us blocked off.
Take that engineer and get him out of here. Just remember what we talked about.
Yep.
Be careful who you
Well,
trust.
last
Where
one
are you
here.
going?
I'll hold
We
him
got
off.
3 last guys.
Consider it what you owe me.
You sure? There's more than a few of them.
That
And I
should
don't like
be.
being in debt.
No problem whatsoever.
Hold up, we got hostile activity.
Yeah, we do. One right here. And 2 further down.
I see a second target.
And we're clear.
Hey, we're good.
Okay, I didn't lose my touch that bad. Managed not to die. So that's good. Hey there, Shadow. Welcome in. Oh. How you doing? I should probably move this from here. I want to use the heal.
Buckle up, people.
All right, I'm in.
Come on, Daniel. Move your ass. Come on. Come on, get into the heal.
Switches up here.
We're good to go.
Daniel. Stop looking around. Not the right person to fuck around with. Not good turtle. What the heck? Are you dead yet? No, I'm not dead.
Bowman, we've got the package.
I'm not dead
Where'd
at
you
all.
deliver it?
Good work. I hope it wasn't too much trouble.
Wait,
I actually managed to do this mission without dying
Karen Bowman?
at
You
all.
know this guy?
Just get him to the safe house. I'll patch the coordinates through to you.
Chillin'? What you chillin' with? More house flipper?
Wanna check this spot out for intel?
Early. watch back the VOD if you don't believe me.
We'll
You
let the
think
rebels know
I'd be
where to find the
lying
supplies. They can pay us back
about
later.
this
is
to
where it
you?
ends, amigo. Take care
Nah,
and stay
just
out of
other stuff.
trouble. Bowman, this is Nomad. The package has been delivered.
Excellent. Leave him at the safe house. I'll take care of it from here.
Nope, done all the contracts.
Shall we return to
No,
our regularly
so I'm done
scheduled
with the game.
program of liberating
Oh,
the people of Bolivia from the
okay.
tyranny of the Santa Blanca cartel? I'm ready to sling some more lead.
Not yet. I got a funny feeling about Bowman and this engineer. Let's get moving.
You know I will. What? Lie to you? Well, of course I will. That's not even a matter of question.
Just spotted one with submachine guns. Marking a hostile. He's close to some locals. He makes 5.
Always lie? Not always. Just most of the times. I think there's one more guy here. Now that we are interested in him. Actually, what the fuck am I doing?
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Sending our intel
Put the
on
rebel
enemy
0 to
positions.
work. Oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. So, what game is next then, Shadow?
Como me gustaba estar arreglando los cacharros.
Trying to find another simulation game to play. Okay.
Gareña, I'm safe. I'm safe.
Alright, what did I play these days? I don't play anything in a simulation.
Are you sure about this? An
And I'm
island
touching
in the
grass.
middle of nowhere.
Good, good.
After all this,
That should be definitely done.
you want to live on an island owned by your boss?
Did you play some more Road to Vostok? I don't play any simulation game.
We gonna listen in or what? Nomad, deploy your drone.
I'm on it.
Since when does Jace Skell own Aroa?
Don't you ever read the news?
Hold up. He's making another call.
It's me. I'm at the safe house.
We need to meet now.
I know a place, a farm. I'll send you the coordinates.
Yeah, let me see if I forgot to or didn't. I did forget to.
Get there fast, and make sure no one follows you.
Alright.
Talking to Bowman.
Second one's down. Third one, an extreme difficulty and using only CQC. Deploy to Itako Bravo, then complete the mission Cultist Prisoner. Cultist Prisoner.
Hey, what was Gil?
And we're gonna just fly there. We're gonna fly over.
I'm not sure. But it's worth checking out.
I played later, to be honest. Being busy during the day, during the daytime, so I had hardly time to play.
Walker, this is Nomad. We
I
overheard
see.
a conversation between Bowman and the engineer. They're meeting up in person at a farmhouse, alone, without security.
I warned you not to trust her.
I'm not burning bridges yet. I want to see what this meeting's all about.
Before you go, I want to show you something. Send you the
coordinates to an airfield where we can link up.
Today we might have... Not sure yet though. Sweet, join us again. So that we can continue with her missions. I would say which one, but I don't know, since I don't know if she played anymore or not. And I don't even know which one it was that we last did. We did Oracle, we did Oracle Snafu, not Oracle, the other one, what's it called? Silent Space Snafu. We did do Oracle as well. She did, and I guess we continued. Second part of Oracle. And I think that's it. I think that's what we last did. The second part of Oracle. We just kept dying over and over. Yogi's doing stuff to your body that never thought was possible. Okay. Playing other games? Well, since last time I did play some more Road to Vostok, and I died again because of some stupid shit. I didn't die because I got shot. Well, I did that because I was shot, but not directly from the shot. I was shot and I got a concoction, I think. I don't know, I got something.
Damn, haven't seen anything like this since I was in the sandbox.
Sandbags, barbed wire, observation posts.
Yeah.
The rebels must have been giving Santa Blanca hell.
Bet these cartel assholes never thought they'd be spending their time dodging snipers and IEDs. Karma
But
sure
it's
can be a
good,
bitch
because
sometimes.
remember, we moved on from permadeath. So
Looks like Kulta is still smoldering.
I did get back my shit. I mean, not get back my shit, but I continued with whatever shit I had. With some backup loadout. So that's good. Instead of starting all over again. I also checked out the demo again to be sure, and you actually have access to Vostok in the demo. The apartments. I've been at the apartments. What you don't have access to in the demo is the school. I don't know about the highway. But the school, or wait, the school, maybe you do have access to the school? I don't have access to the border zone? Or you don't have access to two of them? I don't know, but I know that you are missing some map or maps from between the village and Vostok. I don't remember which one.
I got one narco inside the church.
Which one or which ones? So
That's 20 guys.
yeah, that's that.
Ask the rebels to recon the area for us.
I did get today. I don't know to which day, but we should have helos shut down. So I don't know, I hope I'm gonna find one eventually. The thing with that is that it's a 10% chance only per map as well, just like with that dude, with the Punisher, I think his name was, or what was his name? I don't know. So it's a pretty low chance. Ooh. Before this guy gets, oh, never mind. There is a guy there.
Back it up, they're gonna see you.
Yeah. Other than that, less I've been actually playing Pacific Drive. And Pacific Drive is the one with the car, where you're driving around with the car. And you have to, I did play that once or twice, I don't know, at least once, definitely, on stream. And you had to pick up stuff and build up your car from parts that you've picked up, or create parts yourself. So that's the last game that I played in Pacific Drive. I've played Intravenous, which is a stealth game, but a top-down stealth game. And I actually wanted to stream that, but unfortunately, however I try, I cannot get the sound to come over. And I don't mean just like through specific channels. It won't even pick it up like in the main channel for the stream. I have absolutely no clue why. So yeah, that's that. One thing that I didn't try, and I wanted to, and I think I will eventually, if I don't forget again, is trying to set OBS's application audio, or whatever it's called, to pick up the game sound. See if that works. Hopefully that will work, and then I can stream it. Because it's a pretty cool game. Like, it's top-down, like literally top-down. Not like, you know, the side top-down thing, but literally top-down. And you sneak around. Well, you don't necessarily have to just sneak. You can go loud as well, but yeah. That's another one that I enjoyed playing. I played. Not for a few days, though. And today... Is a Pacific Drive to your wish list. It's an interesting game. I like Pacific Drive. It's different. It's different from the other games. One of these days, I don't remember which day. Yesterday or the day before. Oh, yesterday, yeah. Yesterday, I played another game that I got access to. A playtest. A game called Lizard State. Which is... Well, first of all, since it's a playtest, is in a very, very, and I repeat, very early access state. It's a stealth game, but it's, how how should I say? It's a stealth game, but like the old stealth games, like the old Splinter Cells. So it's pretty interesting. But there is still a lot of work to be done on it. Won't lie about that. That's what I played yesterday, since I got access to it. And today we played... Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And today we played some Peak on Ebony's stream. We're gonna die if I drop down. We played some Peak on Ebony's stream. Yeah, so we played that. I don't know what else I wanted to say. Don't think I wanted to say anything else. That was nice, because I played Peak only solo before, once. And solo, it's not, And co-op, it's nice. And it's supposed to be played in co-op anyway, so... What am I stuck in? What the heck? Oh, you played it in solo as well only? Who's seeing... Okay. Kinda wanna drop down, but I think he's gonna hear. How far did I get, or how far did we get? Actually, it doesn't really matter, because we pretty much got to the same point. I/we got to the second part. With the jungle. Died within 5 minutes because I took too many chances. Yeah, we did manage to climb. Oh shit, there's another one. We did manage to climb. Actually, did we? No, first time we did not. Yeah, it was two separate tries. First time we didn't manage to, but the second time we managed to climb all the way up top of that I don't know, mountain, I guess, whatever you want to call it. And then after that you get, well, actually I don't know if it's a checkpoint, but whatever. After that there is another part where there's a jungle. And yeah, that's where I died when I played alone some time ago. And also that's where we died earlier today when we played. The other guy is gonna be here, isn't he? Yeah, of course. So I can't freaking take them. Are you serious? Oh, and of course they leave together. Wow. A lot of fun ahead of y'all. And after that, I worked on the surprise that I mentioned both in the was that go live notification and in the title. which I still have to show you guys. Can I get him from here, maybe? I'm gonna have to. I'm a surprise. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so one is upstairs and the other one is going upstairs to the other side. I am not a surprise. But I can be surprising. You're going back? You are going back. And you are coming here. There, I'll go for you. I can. There we go. Now we're gonna need the flashbang to get the guy inside.
Throwing a flashbang.
Hey, abre la puerta, compa. Open the
There
door.
we go. I am. BS flashbang. I know. You have flashbangs. Or no, friends.
You okay, hermano?
What do you want from me?
Yuri and Polito, the fuckers who tortured you. We're here to make them pay for what they did. But we need to know where they took you.
We didn't travel far. I remember that much, and it was quiet. Out in the country somewhere. There was a smell, like old animal skins. That's all I know. I'm sorry.
It's all right. At least now we know they're close by. Gracias.
All right. And that is the last one. There we go. 3 out of 3, and the task force challenge is to incite faction warfare.
We're out of the cage.
They're coming right at us. What's the word, boss?
The word is get the fuck out of here. Like this. Let's go towards the safe house.
We're clear over here.
That never.
We got
Fuck it.
hostiles in the area.
It happens every time an accident through the flashbang. Yeah. Thank you. Today is actually going well, at least so far. We didn't die. We didn't actually fail any of the challenges at all. And I mean, the task force challenge cannot be failed, so... we're going up here. Hold on now. What? Hold on now, what? Don't jinx it. Nah, it's fine. I'm already happy that I managed to do this without failing. It's been a long while since this happened, so yeah. Okay, we're gonna go here to the narco slaughter. And do I don't remember, what was it? 1 more or 2 more? Unidad faction warfares. Or faction warfares involving Unidad. Hey there, Leo. Welcome in. How you doing, Leo?
Hang on, I'll drive.
Go on, I'll be right with you.
Okay.
I'm cool, let's move.
And then after this, I think I'll show you guys the surprise. I'm gonna need some help, though, with the surprise.
Check your targets. We got civilians
Got
in the
eyes on
area.
the Tango. He's got a lot of background.
That was fucking close.
Just spotted one with submachine guns. That makes 5.
Just try the JRPG demo. I think I'll add the game to my wishlist. Yeah, which one? And there we go. Unidab one. What the? Oh, we needed only one.
That's it, we're clear.
Yep, we needed only one. So, challenges today, done for today. I swear I can talk every now and then.
Clear out,
Blah,
I'll
blah,
meet you
blah,
there.
woof, woof. His origin. So a simple game with 2 characters. Female warrior, which makes the game a hack and slash, and a male wizard, which makes the game an arena shoot 'em up. However, it is one of a few games where a wizard can survive being surrounded. Okay. It sounds familiar. I think I've seen it in some video
I got it. I'll fly.
lately.
I'm good, crank it.
I presume it's a new game? Not exactly. It's from 2012. Okay. It still sounds familiar. I'm gonna have to check it out. Might actually check it out once we land. I'm not too interested in JRPGs or any kind of RPGs, to be honest, but still curious. Okay, fuck it, we're going down here.
They're on alert, engaging tangos.
About to engage. Chill, chill. Calm down.
Ninguna novedad hasta ahora. Mantenga la búsqueda.
All right, breathe easy.
Enemigo ha retrocedido. Todas las unidades regresen a su patrullaje normal.
Leo, you are one of the people that I'm gonna need help from. with the surprise. If you're up for it. Not right now, don't worry. It's... yeah, you'll see. We're almost home. All right, let's see. So, let me see about that game first. Means origin. Very positive. Yeah, no, it does not look familiar. I don't know why. It sounds familiar though. There's the video. I was wondering, where's the video? Whoa, 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 calm down. I don't think you guys can hear that. The perfect mix of action, exploration, and story with screen-filling bosses, unique platforming elements, and innovative puzzles. Okay. Yeah, you can tell it's old. Well, old, relatively old. I guess you can call it old. Like what, 13, 14 years old game? Like the original is in the early 90s on the Sega Master System. Okay. Maybe that's where it sounds familiar from. Because lately I've been watching videos, mostly gamer ranks. And they usually do like lists of games for different things. I don't know. Top 10 hardest games, or I don't know. Top 10 best graphics, or I don't know, different lists. And maybe it was in one of them. But it does not look familiar. But anyway, the surprise. Let me get to that. Let me show you. If I find it. Yeah, whenever you test it out, you will, Leo. You will have. Well, actually, yes and no. Initially, no, but after that, yes. Let me just show you. As I said, you don't have to test it now, so don't worry about it. There we go. I'm gonna have to share my entire right screen, so you guys can see all my P tabs and stuff. Wait, let me think. Sorry, note all things down. What the heck? F11 to make the browser full screen. It has nothing to do with the browser. I'm just gonna start it. Actually, should I start it like this? No, I'm gonna start it like this. So, the GRW FPS swapper. Gotta install it. The language of techno wizards. What the heck? Yeah, okay, this is too much work. I can see already I got exhausted looking at that. What the heck? No, I don't want a shortcut. All right, installed. Finish. Open it up. And there it goes. The app. The app that you can use to swap between first person and third person. It's a first setup, so I mean first time started the app, so have to do the setup. We have to tell it where the game is located, the folder. We have to give it the files, the zip files of the mods, or one of them, however you want. It's as you download it from Nexus Mods. You just drop it here, and it's gonna do its thing. There. 2 files copied to the mod folder. Cool. And now we can actually switch between either the executable version or the cheat engine version. One of the two. Let's just stay with the... Yeah, this is why I need your help, Leo. I need tests. I need you to test on your PC as well. Oh, but I know what the problem is. Okay, I see. The problem is that the game is open. That's what the problem is. But anyway, yeah, you'll be able to switch between the versions if you install both of them, if you download both of them and drop it here. And then here you just basically switch it. You go here and then you apply it, which right now it doesn't work because the game is up. Or disable it. And you don't have to, it's just the first time setup where you have to come here and do the stuff. No, that's the thing. With the game running, the switching doesn't work. Because I mean, it has to overwrite the executable file of the game and some DLL files. So it cannot happen while the game is running. But you know what? So that you see that I'm not lying. Okay, blah, 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 woof, woof. All right, it's saved. it's applied. And you don't have to keep it open. You can close it. And now, wait, I chose executable, right? I think. Yeah, I did. And now if I open the game, here you tag the executable running with the app. I am not sure. I have to look into that, but that is a good suggestion. Thank you. Yes. I might be able to. All right, let's get in. I've been doing this yesterday and today. I continued wherever I left off. And well, I won't say finished it, but I got to the current state. And there we go. It works. We're in first person. And you also have in the usage how to use it, the GRW FPS swapper, and each kind of mod separately as well. You can open from here the mods folder as well, which is saved wherever you install the app. You have here the link to the mod to be able to download it. I did not bundle the mods with the app because that's a bit more complicated. I would have to get in contact with the person that made the mod and all that. So I just went with this one. And here are the credits. Myself, the creator of the mod with his stuff, and whoever he credited for his mod as well. But yeah, that was the surprise. Okay, let me get out of here and deactivate the mod. And yeah, I did try to install it in the program files. There, however, it's not working. I am not sure yet why. I found that out before the stream, so I didn't have time to do anything about that. And here's the cheat engine. Here you are prompted to download the cheat engine as well, and what to do, how to make it work, basically, since there are a few more steps. It's basically the same thing as here in the usage with the cheat engine. It's literally the exact same. But yeah, this is what I've been doing yesterday. Okay, let me... Actually, I will leave it on cheat engine because that's the one that I'm using usually. And you get your your backups as well, the original files. So that it's not lost. Actually, that's how whenever you deactivate, that's how it copies these overwrites with the files that are in the game folder. Hey there, DC. Welcome in. Wildlands Mobile? What the heck? No, this is the first-person swapper that I was making. I'm happy with how it turned out. More or less. But yeah, okay. That's that. Now let's get back to the game. That actually, DC, you might be able to use it as well for... Yeah, actually, no, not really. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't really make sense. Since you said that changing the DLL, the easy anti-cheat DLL, makes it work on Linux. But there's no reason for you to keep switching between them, so never mind. But theoretically, it can switch between whatever you give it. Steam Deck, I can play Wildlands solo with no mods. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It is slow cooking chicken with veggies, and the delicious smell is driving me crazy. Literally ordering food. Let me close these since I don't need them anymore. Actually, I might, but whatever, I already closed them. Too late. Okay, we're done with those. Let me actually contact Sweet about if she's gonna join or not. What you getting? What you getting, DC? Thank you, McDonald's. Hey, I had McDonald's today. Or pizza. I had some pizza one of the past weekends. One of those huge ones. So it was basically a 2 days pizza. I had to eat it in 2 days. The pizza meter is low. I haven't had pizza in like 2 months. What the heck? Are you feeling okay, Leo? What do you mean, 2 months? Okay, I'm gonna have to wait for her to respond, so... Meanwhile... we can go for... a survival? What do you guys think? Where's my Leo emotes? did not just sub. Be healthy, my friend. Mm-hmm. I see. Well, good for you. Good for you. I'd have to start getting healthy as well. That.
I'll pilot.
I'm good. Crank it.
Now what I have to start doing is the survival that I was talking about one of the streams. I have to move it so that it has some backend as well. Stuff gets saved. Maybe you can even log in. Or maybe even just make it in a standalone game. A mobile wildlands, as DC said. That could be done, actually. I did look into the locations to have like a graph of the locations.
Unidad bird approaching. Stay down.
And I would just have to do a lot of manual work. Getting all the locations.
Sporting a submachine gun by the camp entrance.
And the locations nearby that location. Cutting down sugar, salt, eating a variety of things. A mobile lens, right. That guy was in here. He should still be in here. Didn't see him come out. There he is.
Got another tango.
Oh, hi.
Yo, cartel gunman. Over by the docks.
Ah, dang it, he's on the other side. He was. I just want to clear this place. There isn't anything specific I want to do here.
Spotting another
Dude, what the heck happened? I pressed one. Handcrafted cheddar bacon ranch. Ah, shit.
I've got eyes on the captain.
Huh? What? How is that? What? Oh, hi. All of them turn around exactly when I get to them. What the heck?
We got a Sicario. There,
Ordered.
next to the mortar.
Sniper up in the tower.
With
That
what?
tango might spot you.
What did you order it with? Oh wait, pizza. you went with
2
pizza.
Sicarios in the HQ building.
Okay, okay. Cinnamon bun minis. Those things are addicting. I still have some fries here. I literally finished eating in those 10 minutes of countdown. A burger with some fries. Still have some fries left. I also have some papanash, which is like how should I explain that? It's a Romanian sweet something. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's some sweet something. What's the most Western thing in your country? You have McDonald's, obviously. Coca-Cola, definitely. But like, what's the most American thing that made its way into your country? Walmart? No, we don't have Walmart. I don't know. Lately, we just got some Popeyes. No, we don't have any Walmart. We've got, well, McDonald's we have for a long time.
Inside the HQ building.
When I was a kid, we already had McDonald's. We have KFC, we got Popeyes. We did have, but not anymore, Subway. They got rid of it. I don't know. I have absolutely no clue why. As I said, we got recently Popeyes. What else? I don't know. I don't know, because I don't know what is specifically that Western, so... Popeye Spinach Bar. It's hilarious, not because of you, but I have never been to Popeyes. It's okay, DC. Me neither. I just ordered from them. I ordered from them a few times since they opened. I know, I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, definitely. Otherwise, I would have not continued ordering from them. I ordered, the first time I just ordered to see, because Alex, my cousin, he said that they have good stuff. I was like, okay, let's try it out. So I tried it out, I liked it, and I just kept ordering from them. Popeyes is good. We had it in Puerto Rico. Haven't seen it around here. Do people drive pickup trucks in your country? Like big trucks, or was the most popular type of car? Not really. I mean, of course, there are people that drive pickup trucks, but
a target carrying submachine guns.
It's not as popular as for you guys in the US. I know that much.
Drone is airborne. Hey, sniper on the roof.
The most popular kind of car.
That's 10.
Whoa, fucking guy's got an 80.
Just spotted one.
I would say probably the Volkswagen. and, well, of course, the Dacia,
We're up to 15.
because it is a Romanian car, even though it got
We have light
taken
panels over here.
over
We got some light
by
panels
Renault. But to be honest, lately I also see a lot of, but it's also because of where I work, and because of being an IT guy. Lots of IT guys have Teslas.
That's 20.
There we go, finally. But yeah, lately I'm seeing a lot of Teslas. Well, I guess not just at work, yeah, also like in the city. You see a lot of supercars because of the Transformation Highway. Well, not really. I mean, Transfiguration is not really nearby. Transfiguration is basically sort of like in the middle of the country. I live on the edge of the country. It is in Romania, but it's in the middle of the country. This fried chicken, so certainly they open stores, or they may be a demand for it. And then again, the city is too small to have much demand for fast food. We even lost Wendy's. I think that's basically why we lost the Subway as well. Well, I mean, I don't know, because we have so many fast food places. Like, so many of them.
I got a target carrying submachine guns.
But I guess they're mostly... they're different fast food places. Like from you guys. Trying and failing to cast a spell. Wait, what? The city I live in now, we only have a Taco Bell last year. Oh, Taco Bell. We don't have Taco Bell here in my city, but there is Taco Bell in neighboring cities. Big cities. So like you're trying and failing to cast a spell. What the heck? Disappointed. Why are you disappointed, DC? Is your mall like, or do you have plazas or strip malls? I wonder if strip malls is a Western thing. We do have malls. Well, I guess...
We got light panels here.
yeah, we do have one big one. Lotus Mall. Or Plaza. And they actually opened another one. Smaller one. And I'm not sure how to answer your question. As about... oh shit. I fucked it up. They heard me.
Watch your step. These guys know
Let's
something's
just move away for a little bit, shall we?
Fuck,
To the center. So interesting. Okay. Why is that so interesting?
Clear on this side.
Lotus Mall has been here for a long time as well, just like McDonald's. It's been there since I was a kid.
They're on alert.
I never left Canada. I found other cultures interesting. Okay. Well, maybe it's time to leave Canada.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Here's our intel on enemy locations.
The concept of a mall was like since the 1950s, I think. Probably. I mean, it's definitely not. They were definitely. It was definitely not constructed in the 50s here.
They're settling down. Must think we backed off.
Like a trick to trick people into shopping at stores they didn't intend to go to. Right. And as you leave, you go into another store where you buy some clothes. Calm down, you don't see me. Oh, sweet. Give me a second, guys. I need to take this call. Okay, back. Sorry about that. What did I miss? Hey, Lone Wolf, welcome in. But you gotta go. What you? Shoe store. You know, it's like you buy your shoe and you buy Starbucks. Oh, we have that too, Starbucks as well. And then you try on pants and buy those. Then you buy dinner there because it's late. Right. We do actually have like a supermarket in the mall. So you can actually buy your groceries there as well. We have a mall. It was 3 big... Wait. Okay. 3 big stores and the cinema. All other spaces are empty. There was an arcade that left recently. Oh. Yeah, doing alright. How about you? It has been a while indeed.
Hang back, we see it.
And the guy heard a shot.
Demo's primed and in place.
Let's save us some deaths. Placing some C4 there. I gotta get those guys as well. Shit. Oh, he's coming up. Doing better, actually. Okay, that's good. He's coming down. Good thing I didn't start moving up.
We're good,
There we go.
Good.
And now I should go for the guy up top. Hey, yo, what's up? gym, working out well, and going outside and talking to people has been helping. Did I not tell you that? Did I not tell you to go out? Well, good. Good to hear. Are you gonna come out? You are. Okay. Oh, no, you're not. Okay, that's fine as well. Working in gym, it was hard, but had some school friends there. Nice. Good, that's good. So, DC, where are you leaving Canada and coming here to Romania? Visiting. To annoy me? What the heck? No, not to annoy me. No. Why is he there like that? You know what? Fuck it. Oh, shit. How the heck do you not see that? The heck?
Okay, we're cool.
Santa Blanca. Get only for gym from Monday to Friday. It's been a while. What? You were in the gym only for a week, or I'm not sure what you mean. It's mandatory if you go to Romania. You have to go to an... No, it's not. What the heck, Happy? You would... You're on... What the... You go from Monday to Friday. Okay, isn't that a little too much? Like, people are... I personally am not, but people here are going to the gym as well. And they don't go each and every day to the gym. From what I know, at least. You're fat though, what the heck? It's not about you being fat or not. It's about letting your muscles regenerate. You're gonna be lazy then? Weekends is muscle rest day. Yeah, but I don't mean like a week. Okay, you know what? I don't know. If that works for you, sure. I don't know. As I said, I'm not going to the gym, and I don't wish to go anyway. I'm just saying whatever I heard from others. That's right. Put down the phone.
Okay, we're still alright.
We do a lot of cardio right now, so okay. Now he's going up. He's gonna see us through the thing, isn't he? Oh, he's not coming this way. Okay.
Unidad bird approaching. Stay
Yeah,
down.
we can have weekends offload. You and I exercise
Big
every
roll
day.
clear.
I'm 55. How do you exercise every day, Happy? Music glitch. Thank you. Actually, I'll let it go. And is it this? It is this. Okay, hopefully that fixed it. They still can't. They still didn't fix the audio glitch with OBS. It's been so long. I do every day half a jumping jack. My goal is to, till the end of the year, do a full jumping jack. What the heck, Happy? Happy exercise the biceps lifting the fork with delicious desserts. Right, right. Don't worry, Sabbath. I'm free every day.
Hold up. We got hostile activity.
It's hard work. What the heck? Yo, guys. Ow. You stay there, okay? I thought he would come closer. Alright, yoga. That's real workout in itself. Can
Okay,
be.
all clear.
Definitely can be. Alright. We cleared it. That's why you have to keep mobile. DC would like me to inform you that he'll be back in S minutes. I believe that is somehow 5. The message was confusing. I had to decipher it. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for forwarding that message, Leo. It's okay. When we get back, when he gets back, we will question him what that means. What S minutes mean. All right, we cleared this place.
I got it. I'll fly.
Hey man, try to take us on some sweet jumps, alright?
He said, let balance know, and corrected it to Bolan. Okay, no, Bulsen. Okay. right. Oh, shit. Well, okay, that's that. Lou, hey Lou, welcome in. Lou, perfect. You're the other person. You're the other person I'm looking for. I'm gonna call you Bulzen from now on. Yeah, wow. Every time I read the message, it gets worse. Come on, let me show you. Oh, okay. La balance no al V back in S-min. Okay. The surprise, Lou. The surprise. I already showed the some of the guys actually. I already showed some of the guys the surprise, and I was saying that I do need some help with the surprise. So let me do this again. Let me show you. Wait, I have to. I have to stuff. I have to Yes, Lone, surprise. I know that Lou was interested in it. That's why he's one of the people. It has to do with Wildlands. You'll see. You'll see. Once I find it. Thank you for the lurk, Shadow. What the heck am I doing? I don't even know anymore what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. What do you need help with? You'll see, you'll see. I'm showing in a bit. I'm working on it. I'm working on it to show you. Oh, shit. Oh? Nice. What surprise, though? I'm working on it. Just wait up. I'm working on it. I just have to find shit because I closed them. Was it here? No, it wasn't here. What am I doing? This is where it was. Okay, there we go. So, where's my OBS? There. I'm gotta show my entire right screen. So, I present you the GRW FPS swapper. It's finally almost done. I just had to really quickly uninstall it so that I can show you the installation and everything. And how to use it. I still have to see about the location.
Okay, we're cool.
By default, it puts it in the... No, I don't want that desktop. By default, it puts it in the app data. Okay, so there it is. This is the app. And since we just installed it, we have to set it up. We have to choose the location of the game, the folder of the game. I already have it here. And then I did not bundle the mods with the app, because then I would have to contact the creator of the mod and all that, blah, 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 woof, woof. So what you have to do, but here actually in the usage, you have the link to the mod. You'll have to download it yourself and either drop it here, or you can come here to the setup, open mod folder. You can also open the folder from here, or just drag and drop them or it here. It's gonna copy it over and unzip it, since there are some zip files. There are 2 files copied to the mod folder. And then that's it. You can switch between the executable version or the cheat engine version, for which you also need to download the cheat engine. And then here you just swap between the first person and third person. The other way around. Third person and first person. In the usage you can read about everything. About the swapper, about the mods. How to use them. Well, of course, now I cannot show you because the game is running. I would have to stop it. But yeah, that's how it works. And you do not need to keep open this. You just switch it, apply, and that's it. You can close it. And what I need help with is to test it out. I know that you still keep playing the game. This would be an easier way to swap between first person and third person, rather than having to go in each time and rename the files. And the setup, you have to do it only once at the very beginning, and that's it. Okay, I can probably do it as my current run is unmodded casual. Sure. I mean, you just need to test it out. If it works, I can go back to the third person. And I should be all good. But I want to test it out because I already found some bugs, like, initially. And on the setup already. Cannot install in-program files. And it's most probably... what's it called? A permission issue. Isn't there a toggle to third person in the original mod anyways? Yes. The guy added a toggle for that too. On the flare button. So you can do that too. But with that, if you are playing co-op with others, the others still have to have the anti-cheat installed so that you guys can play together. With this one, it literally swaps between the files. so you can play either or. This is more for those that do swap between, like for me, for example, I swap between the files more than usual for streaming, because sometimes I do first person and sometimes I don't, and whenever I don't, I play the regular, so I have to change everything, all the files. And if this is installed, I am saving a lot of time. It won't work, however, and I still have to do that. Leo
Incoming Unidad patrol.
came up with that. It won't work whenever the game is on, since it has to change the executable and all.
Yo, 2 cartel gunmen, close to the camp entrance.
But I will message you all, guys. I will do that. I don't know if tonight. Oh, nah, no, not tonight. It's gonna be late when I finish. Maybe tomorrow, or I don't know. And after that, I'm gonna message you guys and give you the files. And actually, I will most probably do. So this is to install, but I'm gonna do also a portable version. So you can use either or, and the portable version, theoretically, I did not test out at all the portable version, but the portable version theoretically should work anywhere.
He's close to some locals.
That one you put wherever you want.
He makes 5.
You love portable software? Yeah, no, me too.
Got eyes on a tango.
That's why I also want to do that.
Marking target. Watch the background.
But this time I just did the build so that I have something to test out and somehow to show you guys. I mean, I could have just started from the development not folder, because it is the development folder, the development version as well. I could have started up, booted up that. But don't worry, you will get both. You will get the portable version as a zip file. You will just have to, or a 7Z file, whichever, we'll see. You will just have to unarchive it or unzip it. And you can, guys, put it wherever you want. And for you, Leo, actually, it might work for you as well. I know that you don't.
We're cool.
I know that you don't like first person. However, when you play with us and we play first person,
we're still all right.
As I said, you also need to have the cheat engine DLL installed. So it can be modified so it contains only that file. And then whenever you switch, it's just gonna switch that one file instead of going actually third person. I mean first person. This is exactly what I said. Voice to text for the win. Welcome back, DC. That's why it was voice to text. That's why it saw that. It heard that.
Get down before they see you. Don't need that chopper. Stay low.
Richie, man. I mean, it does make sense, because I am looking at whatever... I have activated the...
They're gonna make you back up.
What's that called? The closed captions, that's what's it called. I've activated the closed captions for the stream. And I've been watching at the beginning when I still had the browser open. I've been watching what it's saying. And dude, I'm not saying 3/4 of the words that the closed caption is picking up. And I know that I have a thick accent, but really that thick? So anyway, what was that S minute supposed to be, DC? 5 minutes? Ah shit, they won't come down. You really have to be looking kind of this way, don't you? Oh, fine.
Civilians in the area.
Watch for civilians. We don't want to kill somebody by mistake.
Okay then. It was supposed to say, tell the line I'll be back in a minute. A minute.
Marking a hostile. He's close to some locals.
Hello.
Down. You're giving yourself away.
Goodbye. Shit. The heck?
I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
I knew it. I knew it. There will be the frickin' respawn in the back. As always.
Relax. We're still good. Hold up.
Android on PS3 had voice recognition. It didn't recognize me. Yeah. How dare that game not recognize the smooth, silky Leo tones? What does Lana say? I haven't seen her in a while. How is she? Careful he doesn't respawn again. Yeah, I know, he respawns only once. What the heck are you guys doing? Okay, I think I'm gonna go the other way. Been also modding Breakpoint, going for a big modded run. Wait, we cannot go in here, can we? Oh, we can.
We're clear over here.
What are you
God,
done?
these fuckers are sloppy.
Big modded run, probably about 30, 40 mods. What the heck? What kind of mods does Breakpoint have? So many mods. 30, 40 mods. Well, yeah, okay, Skyrim is Skyrim. We know Skyrim has a bunch of mods. But Breakpoint? modding scene for Breakpoint is pretty decent sized. What kind of mods are those mods that you're talking about? You made me very curious. What the heck kind of mods are so many mods for Breakpoint? I know about the first person mod for Breakpoint as well. I know it has some cosmetic mods. To look on the road when driving. Oh shit, can see. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Character replacers, camo mods, gun mods, vehicle mods, gameplay mods. Use anti-cheat engine. Mods to unlock everything, called unlock everything. Okay. Character replacers. What do you mean by that? What characters get replaced? Like your teammates? Plenty of patch mods so you can have custom military or country patches. So you can have the camo country uses for this country or unit patch. Your teammates, some NPCs, also everybody. Okay. I'm gonna be curious about that. We might have Sweet join us anytime.
I'll pilot.
Slow cooked chicken is ready.
Let's go.
Leave her. Alright, Leo. Enjoy your slow cooked chicken. Enjoy. I think there's definitive flashlight mod now, even though the AI doesn't respond to it. Yeah, I think that was a while ago. I think I remember that. Actually, I think maybe even you're the one that told me about it. I'm doing another random build, so it's a field magic run that uses DMRs. Okay. Yeah, I told you. Yeah. See, that I told you. He saw it as Anatolia. What the heck? I'm not sure if I want to have these closed captions. Now what's it gonna show that I'm saying? Some stupid shit. Some students should. What the fuck? Anyway, it's probably better if I don't pay attention to the closed captions. I might even do a commander-esque style run make my AI teammates do things, but stay close enough to have long-range support. Still provide medical support. That reminds me of something else that I wanted to do. Oh my goodness. I wanted to do so many things. I wanted to do so many things with Wildlands.
Opening fire.
Ready?
Stop opening fire.
Roger that.
Chill. My just chatting stream. Speaking of gameplay mods, there's one called Fear the Radio. Makes it so when the enemy radio callers call in reinforcements, they progressively call in tougher enemies. Much like Unidad. There's a friendly add-on mod for it so that rebels can call in more rebels during that one event, World Parameter. Okay. I'm gonna have to check out when you do that. You made me curious. Damn it. I knew it. I knew I'm gonna fuck it up somehow. We did go underneath though, without hitting it. But now I have to find another helo.
Who need that chopper? Stay low.
How did your how did your Dungeons and Dragons go, by the way, today? I saw that you had one.
All clear, all clear. Shit, we got company.
I'm sure we do. Oh, there are two. Okay, there we go.
Hold up, they're gonna spot you.
Probably gonna be a bit schedule is out of whack right now because of my inspections. I'm just doing a random choice content. Now when I do get back to a proper schedule, it will be less chances for Breakpoint or Wildlands. There will be 3 evening stream possibilities every week. I did see that you did play Wildlands the other day. I was lurking. Yeah, it went well. Lots of dungeon crawling. Good. I landed there Soko. Yeah, I think it was the day before yesterday. Because you were doing... Yes, yesterday you were doing Fallout. I was lurking on that one as well. What's it called? Via Verde. These are kind of blur. Maybe it's with cleaning for the inspection. Yeah. I get it.
This is one of those legal coca farms.
So, like, can we get some legal coca here? For the altitude?
For the altitude, yeah.
You're not having any coca. You know, first thing headquarters is gonna do when we get back home is make us piss in a cup.
But the altitude, it's getting hard to breathe.
Shut up.
Someone jump and just glide for some. Glide all the way to... Well, actually they probably passed our safe house. Oh, there we go, we hit the ceiling. And you see the guys making this thing. That's when you know that you hit the ceiling. Somewhere that way. Okay. Some peace. Some peaceful skydiving.
That's locked down damn good for a barn.
Back home, all we ever needed for a barn was a padlock.
barns back home must not have anything worth stealing.
Not worth as much as a couple tons of coca, anyway.
And hopefully Sweet is gonna join us soon. I should probably open my Discord. Hey, Chosen Bullet, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Just some chill parachuting. Parachuting in this game is so chill. Thank you, thank you. We're just parachuting right now, waiting for another person to join up. Then we're gonna be working on... What do we have left to work on? Well, on her missions, basically. On the special missions... We've done Silent Spade. We've done Oracle. Oh, we have to do Archangel. I totally forgot about Archangel. So we have to do Archangel for her. And we also have to do Operation Watchman. Just a second. I'm writing her. Okay, sorry about that. So, running missions. Nah, we did our dailies, both solo and task force, and we cleared like a couple of. Wait, a couple? I don't know, I think a couple. Yeah, a couple of places. We cleared... What did we clear? We cleared the casino. That's one that we cleared. Oh, and that, the VIP list, or whatever the heck it's called. What's it called? The Agua Verde base. Why am I going that way? That's the one with the dude from Splinter Cell? Operation Watchman, yes. Yes, that's the one with Sam Fisher. The dude from Splinter Cell. Did you play, or are you playing Wildlands? Chosen? You know what? Since we're here, let's clear this as well. Let us drop up top, I think. Yeah, let us drop up top at the helos. Where's the dude? So that we don't get seen at least. If we start getting seen, that we will probably drop at the bottom. Right. Bottom right. I don't see the dude, so How long they waiting? Wait, how long? Who waiting? What? We are waiting on her. I don't know. Hopefully she's gonna join up soon. Oh, there he is. I knew it. I never finished it though. Can't wait to get a PS5 again in a couple of months and play it again. Oh, you have it on a console?
I got a third.
So where did you get
I got eyes
then?
on a mounted weapon.
How far along are you?
Just spotted
Heads
one
up,
with
we got a
submachine
turret.
guns.
You say that you never finished it though.
Heads up, we got a turret.
I got a target carrying submachine guns.
Oh.
Just spotted one with submachine guns.
He's here. Oh, duh. I'm blind. I am so blind. Wait, that's not... Is it him? Oh, it is him. Yeah.
I got 2 Sicario. There,
I know,
inside
you
the
see me.
cantina.
I know. Alright, that's that. I still have a feeling that we're missing. There we go. I was about to say. We're missing one. And that's the one. Shit. Why did you have to turn?
We don't want to hit any civilians. We're good. There, inside the hacienda.
I think I cleared like 5 sectors. I don't really security left. Let's start just exploring till I got other friends to play with, then stop playing eventually. Oh, I see. Okay, so cleared 5 sectors. I had security left. They would have seen us.
Okay, we're still alright.
Wait, I'm confused. You cleared 5 sectors or you cleared everything but security? Because there are 21 provinces in the game. From which let me see. Inca Camina. I guess I'm not gonna count Inca Camina.
Unidad bird approaching. Stay down.
I can't think of the names. What the heck is wrong with me? La Cruz and Montepunco don't have any butrons. Now, Inca Camina might or might not have any butron, depending on when you got the game or how you got the game or what kind of game you got, what version. And Medio Luna the same. So that's what? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 21, 17. That is 17 provinces. $17 or 19 provinces that you have to clear.
Hit the dirt, helicopter.
Shit. That guy's coming up. I hope he's not coming this way.
Back it up.
I'm not backing it up. Okay, good. At least he's not coming up here. Well, either way, so you still have some way to go. They're in groups, remember. Oh, don't you worry. I so remember. I so remember. I've been playing this game since it came out. It's been over 9 years now. So I definitely remember. Done them hundreds of times. The 4 trees. What am I doing here? I'm supposed to go to the dining hall. Okay. Are you coming up? No, you're not coming up. Yeah, so if you have security left, that means that you have 4, I guess 5 if you want to count El Comandante. And, well, yeah, La Plaga and El Muro as well. That's why I'm saying. Because there are 5 here, there are 4 here, and there are 4 here. Well, I guess 6 here with La Cabra. Yeah. You don't really want to do this, don't you? Fine, we're doing it. We're doing it then.
We're clear.
Have you been playing any VR chat, Lo?
We'll leave a marker
Or
so
no
the rebels
gaming
can
at
pick
all?
up the supplies later.
We searching this location.
Okay, yeah,
for intel?
so this is clear as well. This one.
I'll fly.
Let's run.
What do you think about the game so far, Chosen? Actually, never mind. I guess you like it since you said that you can't wait to get a PS5 to play it again. Too bad that they didn't make it cross-platform, so that people can play with each other on different platforms as well. So can we make this? Yeah, of course we can make it. I might just choose. I think we might go for Serpiente. Oh shit. Whoa, 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 what's happening? Oh my goodness, are you freaking serious? The game crashed. Wow, Ubisoft. Just wow. Something went wrong. Your crash report could not be sent. It can't even send the crash report. Are you fucking serious? Wow. Ah, Ubisoft. You're something else. You're so something else. Yeah, been on your chat for the whole of April. Oh, okay. So have you met anybody in there? Any people, any friends, any new friends? Skyrim players first time? Trying to find friends still. I see. Let me actually see, what do we have for ghost mode? Level 15, tier 34, and level 22. Level 22, last play 2022. That's because it was with with that Milsim group. And I've been saving it for them. Ah, geez. It's March. This was the last year, October. Oh. Trying to find, no, just a bunch of kids being racists. Normal people on VR chat are like diamonds. What happened with your two friends? Wait, shit. I think this restores the game. Huh? If it even works. Yeah, it does restart the game. Dang it. Yeah, well, sorry about that. They seemed fake people, so I unfriended them. Fake people? Okay. I still have to do... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to... Oh, whatever. Thanks that you're doing something. Hey, those people. Those type of people. Alright, right. Alright. Sweet saying that she's gonna be on soon. So soon we're gonna be doing... I don't know, I'm thinking... So I think we have to... I don't recall doing Archangel. So I'm thinking of doing Archangel. And then I don't... I probably won't have time to do Watchmen. And that has to be done in a timely manner. We'll see. We'll see what she says as well, what she wants to do. Yeah, we're gonna have to get back to ghost mode as well. I have to talk with Leo and Nini. and we'll probably continue with that. What was that? Level 15, I think. With that one. I don't even remember what they did with that last. Oh. Just a second. Oh. Not that. Okay, that, and back in the game. Sorry about that. People, don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. I have a feeling that I am going to disable the closed captions because those make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Gonna take off for now. Alright, Lou. Thank you very much for popping in. I said I'm gonna get back to you regarding the tests. If you are so kind to help me. Yeah, have a good one there. Hello.
Mausoleums look cute in comparison to the others.
SB builds them for their pachonis. I've got a healthy enough ego to say I want something like this.
We're gonna die.
What are you, a SEAL? Because I don't know any quiet professionals who'd need something like this.
Never mind, we didn't die. Go on, we can do this. Good. Trying to find normal worlds and hang out. Normal worlds? What does normal world mean to you? Nah, normal people, okay, I see. Yeah. Safe house. And all the worlds are so weird that people in it. People are weird. Only karaoke is good. Kinda. Here you have to get lucky. Not the karaoke groups either now. All disbanded. What do you mean? I did see sacrifices. Well, I guess it's not necessarily good. But yeah. They were even like on the poster there. Don't think they want me back there. Right. I don't know what you guys had, so. You specifically, to be more exact. Yeah, sure, you don't do anything. Right. Sure. Chaos follows you everywhere, sure. Blame it on the chaos following you everywhere, sure. No, Shadow, actually not. We did not die at all today. At all. We did crash though. We did have a big crash. Because I'm the most cute. What the heck, long? Sure you are. Right. Yes. That's okay. Soon we're gonna have Sweet joining us, supposedly. And who knows, maybe we're gonna die then. Hopefully not though. We're gonna go to the bar and shoot each other, Shadow. You guys not saying anything in the group. Gotta go to sleep. Alright, Lone Wolf. Yeah, have a good night's sleep there. Or a good morning sleep. Thank you for popping in. Nice. I won't cheer for you to die. Right, sure. Sure you won't until you will. You are, secretly you are. I know you. I know it. Everyone friends to hang out though, to be honest. Hey, are you going to the gym? Finding friends, you said? So... you're gonna be leaving us and hanging out for real, IRL. With your friends. Soon enough. We do that, I have been busy, sir. I know. But yeah, I'm not sure when I can either, unfortunately. Maybe next week. I'm not sure if tomorrow I can or not. All my other friends busy. I don't want to disturb them. They're like old people. They're older than me. So what if they're older than you? You cannot hang out with older people?
Say the word.
No, I'm not saying any word. Oh, shit. I am saying the word. Shit.
Engage.
No, stop engaging. That's not the word that I said. I do hang out with you, so... I didn't mean to go... Oh, wow. Just wow, Lone. Wow. Okay, I see how it is. Just wait until Sweet is gonna hear that. In a bit. If she's on, I'm gonna tell her you called me old. No, too late. Too late now. Too late, Lone. That is not how it works. Beat you up. The heck? Nah, she probably will take your side. Is what is gonna happen. Are kind of old. See? Everybody's saying that I'm old. Wow. Just wow, guys. I don't even know why I still stream for you. But you're older. Some people say I'm weird. I don't know what that means. It just means that you're weird. A good way or a bad way. Look, weird can be good way, bad way, or just weird way. Don't question it, exactly. Just say thank you and move on. That's what I do. When somebody calls me weird, I say thank you. gonna ask the guy who invented the word. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see that happening. See, I'm not smart like you to come up with words on the spot. You don't have to come up with words on the spot. Just train, Lone. Just train. Just train saying thank you for anything and everything. And it's gonna come naturally. After a while. I do say sorry about. No, that's not the same. Just listen to it. Yeah, you're weird. Sorry. Or you're weird. Thank you. It's not the same. You can say thank you, you too. And see what they gonna say. This one I'm gonna like. That's where I am. I shouldn't be laughing so much. Go and sleep. 4 a.m. What the heck? And go and sleep. Go take your beauty sleep. That's past, DC. That is past. It's already 22. 2 minutes late, but whatever. Wow. I'm bored. Is the weekend? That's why you're supposed to be sleeping. You're not bored when you're sleeping. You're sleeping when you're sleeping. What the heck? Bros, that's 420. 2026. Sleeping weekends. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna make this. I mean,
This is one of those legal
we made it. Oh my goodness, we made it.
For the altitude, yeah.
You're not having any cocoa.
Today is the day.
Headquarters is gonna do when we get back home is make
Today is the day when. Never mind. I was about to say when everything goes right.
Shut up.
But we already crashed twice, so never mind. When almost everything goes right. Just almost. I'm flying so much.
This lockdown damn good for a barn.
Back home, all we ever needed for a barn was a padlock.
Barns back home must not have anything worth stealing.
Not worth as much as a couple tons of coca, anyway.
Hydrate, guys. Hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. It's not wrong. None of that is wrong. I usually don't fly around these parts. Wait, I want to do this up here. That. I wonder what they meant when they said sleep when you're dead. They made a movie called A Weekend at Burn. Huh? And I am not familiar with movies, so. No, a secret? Are you sure it's a secret if you're gonna say it here on stream? Not gonna be too big of a secret. Okay, go ahead. What is that secret? Let's get to safety first before bringing up our drone. Now let's see around.
The drone is up.
You are
Hey,
kung
now,
fu.
we got a group of
Okay.
Sicarios.
Marking an
The
enemy.
dump. Where else?
Don't tell anyone. I don't think I need to.
I got 2 Sicarios. In the church. We got a
Target
mounted weapon.
spotted. I got eyes on a sniper.
What the
That's 10
heck?
targets.
Eyes on a
It's
cartel
okay, you
heavy
can
machine
Google it
gunner.
when you got
Out of
time.
the church.
Spotted one with submachine guns.
Okay.
Marking a
If I
captain.
don't forget. Hopefully I won't forget.
Narcos. In the church.
Where is there?
Enemy marked.
And I think there should be 2 more, shouldn't there? Be 2 more, I think. No, it's actually that one guy. Right. And there's most probably somebody else inside the church, and 1 or even 2 more in the basement of this building. Ah, geez, why is it so hot? I'll DM you. Alright, thank you, Shadow. Wait. Oh. Wait. Clips. Huh? What clips? What clips are you trying to see about, Lone? I don't have a command of clips. Whatever that's supposed to be. I have taken here. Ow. You'd have to go and see in the list of all the clips. Or actually, you can also go in Twitch. There's a section where you can see all the clips that you took. I don't know if you can filter by stream though. I mean by person. I only have two. I made a little resume. What's the movie? What the movie is about? Okay, Shadow, thank you. I will check. If not after stream, then tomorrow. You see? I named it this Bolan's Wood. 2024. Yes, I know what you are talking about. I remember. I remember that one. Whatever you can do. Yeah. Alright, but I need a bio break, guys. So I will BRB. If you gotta go, which you probably should alone, then have a good night. And sweet dreams. Alright, BRB, guys. Oh, wait, where is it? It's here, and that, and there we go. Alright, BRB, guys.
It's 20, almost a platoon.
Unidad bird on patrol. Watch out. Helicopter, get down.
Okay, I'm back. Would you people stop talking about my wood? The heck? Blah, 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 woof, woof. That was not me. I mean, it was me, but it wasn't me alive. That was Discord. There were other words during one of them, but I don't. What the heck? Looking for it, not us. What the? Hey there.
Hello. And hello to the stream.
Welcome back. See, Lone Wolf is doing it again. Now that you arrived, he's gonna go.
Oh wow. You're gonna leave when I get here? I'm hurt. I thought we were friends.
It's okay, Lotus. I'm here. Jet says.
Yes. Hi. Hello, Shadow. Hey everybody. XOXOXO to all. I hope everyone has had a better week than I did. And an
Thank you for that
even
lyric,
better
Shadow.
weekend. Good vibes. Good vibes.
Better week. What happened?
Nothing, just a very long work week. 6 days. 6 days
Yeah.
on. So yeah. Very long. And long hours too.
Jet spawned out of thin air. Right. Been lurking, just have someone over. Yeah, Jet said he's been here. He's been lurking. Wait, what time is it? Ugh, no. 8 a.m. Really?
It's 8 a.m. already? Oh,
In-game.
never mind. Yeah, in game.
No, I wouldn't be here at 8 a.m. Well, maybe I would, but nah, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. phones are ringing.
W someone. Attack. So I'm in and out of my room. 4 a.m. for me, yo. Keeping me up. We are not keeping you up, Lone Wolf. I told you many times to go to sleep. The heck?
Oh no, I am keeping him up. He doesn't get to leave when I get here.
Who would be singing Roxanne? What the
Hey,
heck, John?
1 second, gotta take a call.
Okay. Get on the helo. She probably didn't hear that anymore.
I'll pilot.
Oh, she did? Roxanne. Roxanne. What the heck? Now, can we do this? Can we do this? Yeah, of course we can do this. Easily. Alright, so... Yeah, what the heck, Happy? Wow, just wow, Happy. Lying to all the 10 people here. Happy for sporting. W happy for sporting. 12. Then 12. Arrow for me still shows that. They're still updating. What the heck? I don't know who saw us, but anyway. That's what you hear? I think you need hearing aids. What the heck?
Whoa. I got eyes on a
Do you just like messing with streamers? You just like messing with streamers, Happy. I know. I know you.
But a little recon couldn't hurt.
I miss being Superman in this game. Superman in this game. What the heck are you talking about, Lone Wolf?
I guess Santa Blanca owns this too now.
In what game? It's definitely not in Wildlands. I've been watching Windows for a while now. I was gonna get it, but saw a YouTube video of someone boxing in a ship out at sea. Wait, what? With foundations to sink it. And I'm like, no thank you. Alex even gifted it to me. I declined. Yeah, Rolex did say that he wanted you to... He wanted to play some game with you. But you declined. Arrow, that was Windrose. Windrose. My goodness, I swear I can speak. Nah, I would never do that. Right.
Sandbags.
No, it was in Wildlands.
Observation posts. Rebels must be giving
What the
Santa
heck are you
Blanca
talking
hell.
about in
Bet these
Wildlands to
cartel
Superman?
assholes never thought they'd be spending their time dodging
You must have
snipers
been
and
high.
IEDs. Karma sure
You
can
must
be
have
a
been
bitch
high out of
sometimes.
your mind. Like Windrose so much with demo. I won't play PvP though. Just flying, I know it was on stream. What the heck? You just need sleep, dude. Yeah, I know, right? Wait, why are we here? Why she marked this place? She just randomly marked a place in the middle of nowhere. I was flying over the car. Oh, the bug. The bug when you are in the car, but you're actually not in the car for the others. I know what you mean now. He's been here the last hour saying he needs to sleep, apparently not. But like, I need sleep. Yeah, see, I don't need sleep. Yes, you do need sleep. You either way do need sleep. Are you sure we're doing this? I thought she said that she wants to do the special missions first. I need sleep, Jet. Jet is keeping me awake. How is Jet keeping you awake? Jet literally just said that he's back and forth. Because he has people over. You're just blaming everybody else. You're just blaming everybody else for you not going to sleep. He's singing Roxanne without you. He wasn't singing Roxanne. He was talking about me. That if I would be up so late, I would be singing Roxanne. Finding excuses. Finding excuses left and right. I'm singing Roxanne without... I'm not singing Roxanne with or without anybody. You hear me? I am not singing Roxanne. I'm not singing anything.
They can
The
transport
heck?
supplies or cocaine faster from here. How much horsepower do you think those cigarette boats got? 1,000? Think they need that much when
Stop
they
making
already
up
over the river?
excuses.
You want one of these boats, don't you?
Fuck yeah.
What the heck? I think so much. Wow. All right. Let's see about this. Let's
Fuhio village is just up ahead.
go to sleep. I'm not gonna go to sleep.
Right behind you, boss.
I'm not leaving when... I'm not the one leaving when Sweet gets here. Is she gonna be seen by the cars? If she doesn't get out. Just in case. Keeping you awake? I'm not keeping you awake! Oh my goodness, how many backups are there?
What did I just get back to?
Huh? To the mission.
Did I just... What mission?
The one that you selected.
It's already
What do you
going, but
mean?
it's already going?
Yes!
What did you do?
They are trying...
Up. No wonder why Lone wants to leave.
He doesn't want to leave, that's the thing.
You're bleeding. Where are you bleeding? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Wait, is this the... Which drone is this?
Leave some subs.
My fingers are not working. Oh my gosh. It's been so long. Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, of course. I'm always saving you.
Deploying drone.
Yeah,
Here we
wow. They just fell out.
Things are already blowing up.
I see a second target, and baby makes 3. Tango number 3.
Speaking of, I thought you said that you wanted to do the special missions first.
Yeah. Are we not done with those?
Nope.
Oh.
Alright, good night, Clone. Sweet dreams.
Don't bully Bulan. That should be the opposite way around. You should have said Bulan, don't bully us.
So, are we doing this mission then?
Yeah,
Oh.
I suppose so. Since we're already here.
Oh, there's 6-7 people in jail.
Bye. Good night to you too.
Target number 2. There. Tango 5.
Okay. Oh.
Hi.
I didn't know we could just... Okay, I didn't know we were chilling. Hi.
No, we're
What's
chilling on
happening
this
now?
side.
Second target, right there. Target number 5.
Where is the downstairs? There's a bathroom. I see a pool.
Third target, there.
No way, no way, no way. Oh my goodness, this is the same house I got lost in last time. Okay. Don't laugh,
I
because you
don't
knew
think...
it too. You knew it.
I don't think we've been here.
What?
I don't think we've been here.
What do you want?
We're your way out of this mess, understand? We gotta move right fucking now.
I won't get far. Not like this. I know someone. He lives in a village not far from here. The rebels, they take their wounded to him when they can.
How well do you know that
This is
rebel
time?
doctor?
He won't talk to the cartel. That's what you're afraid of. They don't scare him. He's the bravest guy I know. We met when I was working with the NGO. The fake NGO.
Bye.
And a few years and a few tons of coke later, he introduces you to the rebels.
What?
I literally came here so that you don't have to run so far.
I don't get you. What do you get out of playing both sides?
Hell if I know. I came to Bolivia to help people. That's all I was trying to do.
Oh, okay, so this is her. La gringa.
Gotta hold on, Gringa. Still got a ways to go.
I don't know about that. I'm going into talk.
Is she gonna make it?
She'd better. What were rebels doing protecting your house?
Pat Katari wants to send them to protect me. I feel cold. I'm starting to feel cold.
Why would Pakatari protect a cartel scientist like you?
I've been using Sueño's money to buy medical supplies.
Pac didn't mention that shit to us.
How would I know? You're not cold, are you? I can't. Please. I've got to stop.
Don't quit on me now, lady. Sight's just up ahead.
Unidad is coming up the road.
Happy?
Don't... Don't
Do we need
talk to
to
the
plant
doctor.
mines?
Yes.
Okay. Copy that.
You can bring her in, just don't talk to the guy.
C4 is in place.
Because that's gonna stop the timer.
I got the C4 primed.
Copy that.
Demo's primed and in place.
Okay, timer is stopped. I'm gonna plant mines as well.
Okay.
Demo's primed.
Proxy force on the main roads. Like leading up.
Demo primed. I got the demo primed. Demo primed. I got the demo primed.
I got the C4 primed.
I'm done.
I called Pakatari for some reinforcements.
Copy that. A third team will be right there.
There's an ammo crate back here. If you need to resupply.
Third team will move into position.
I do.
Once you're done, you can talk to the doc.
I got one more.
Got a tango.
What the heck is he doing out here?
Who
are you? What do you want?
You know this woman?
What happened?
Believe me, Doc, it's better
No,
if you
I
don't
don't.
know. She's got a GSW to the shoulder. Can you
You
help
know
her?
this game better than I do.
Leave her with me. I'll do
And I've never seen him
We'll
out
buy you
here
all the time we can, but you need to work fast. I got a feeling Swen's
in
not done with her
9+
yet.
years. Not once.
Contact. Swenya sent another crew after us. Take him down.
Hilo.
Copy.
Hilo down.
Nice.
No tengo ni un boliviano, pues.
That was my last proxy 4.
C4 is in place.
1 more minute.
Oh, well, this... that was easy enough.
Half more minute. Yeah, because we said no mines.
I'm coming over to you. You better have snacks up here.
I don't have anything.
Aw, you
I'm just
suck.
watching so that nobody comes from this side anymore
You
since there are
always
no
bring
more
snacks
mines.
in the watchtower. You should always bring snacks in
What's
the
the word, boss?
watchtower.
We've given the dock all the time we can. One way or another, we're getting La Gringa out of here.
I'm down here by the other helo.
Okay, Gringa, time to go.
I'll fly.
On my way.
Actually, right up there.
The cocktail the doc just gave you? I bet you can't even feel your face, let alone that bullet. We're leaving. You feel like you're gonna keel over or puke, just look at the horizon. It'll keep you steady.
Okay. Hmm.
Hey there, Britt.
We're at the extraction point.
Welcome in.
Get her to Bowman and call for a dust-off.
How are you doing, Britt?
Hey, that was pretty easy.
It's been some time. What you been up to?
Doing to me? It's called tactical field care. Stop being such a pussy.
Here.
Open it. Open it.
Her extract is 10 minutes out.
Oh, fucking hell. I'll be glad to be rid of this whiny bitch. Your little clinic might have bought you some
Sure,
redemption
like
with the
flow on
rebels,
your
but that crap
playlist
doesn't play
streamers.
for me. But with a set of lungs like yours, you're gonna
Thank
be
you,
a big
Britt.
hit.
Thank you for the advertisements.
Just let me die. The thought had crossed my mind, but 5 years from now, 10,
And
hell,
your
maybe even 50 years
okayest
from now, when I'm so old I can't even wipe
streamers.
my own ass, it's gonna make
What
me
the
happy
heck?
to think of little mousy La Gringa and all those nasty friends she made in prison.
I don't care. I'm happy to go to your prison. A lifetime, 10 lifetimes in prison is better than Sueño. Your worst could never compare to his.
Does that need attention too? Right.
So I'm guessing hers was the easiest of the four underbosses, because that was I don't know why I was expecting more for her, but it was pretty fitting, I guess.
I don't know. It depends how you make them. As I said, this was easy because of the mines that we set up. But if you don't know that you have to set up mines, then you're swarmed with them.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, there were
of
like,
course
what,
not
4
that
cars
much,
and a helo.
But I mean, like, I don't know. I guess like the story, like the way it like played out. I don't know. It's fucking.
Wait, so are we keep going with these then? With the underbosses?
Yeah. I kind of want to
Okay.
do the underbosses.
Alright. Special missions wise, we have 3 more.
Okay. Well.
We didn't do Archangel, did we? Do I remember?
I don't think so.
Actually, it's
We
easy
did
to
the
tell.
one with
How many missions do you have left in Libertad? Southeastern corner.
1 second. Let me get on the board. Oh wait, I'm taking you to the wrong area.
What do you mean?
Wait, no, I wasn't. No,
That's
I
an
wasn't.
underboss.
I lied. I'm sorry. I know. Okay, Libertad. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Libertad, southeastern corner province. Actually, no. Oh, wait, is it Libertad?
And then La Plata. There's
I don't remember if
Wait,
it's
what?
Libertad or Caimanes, where you have to check how many missions do you have left. In one of them, or maybe even both, I don't know. You have to have one mission missing.
Okay, I have none in Libertad or Camanes. I have, what is this? Oh, La Cruz. Okay. So I have 2 in La Cruz, but I think those are the underbosses as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. What? In Caimanes, you have 7 out of 7?
Yeah?
So we did
Yeah.
Archangel then.
Yeah.
The Rainbow Six missions.
Yeah. Those are done. Those are gone.
Oh, we did do. Okay, so then it's only one special mission that you didn't do.
Right.
The Watchman, which is the time mission, not timed, but
Did the Oracle and the Silence?
yes, that we did last times. I remember that. Archangel, I do not remember. But Watchman, however,
Yeah,
I know
'cause that
for
one was
sure
kind of
that
done
we didn't
early
do.
on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he also does bathtub streams. That was only twice, Brit.
What? Oh, so you do wash your butt. Okay, good. Good to know.
You didn't see, you. I thought I sent you that. The hot tub stream. The hot tub stream.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you then.
Yeah, you missed it, and I missed it as well. But it's good to know that he washes his butt, and I don't have to force him in a tub.
There was that time here on Twitch where the meta was that hot tub streams. A bunch of women were doing hot tub streams. And I jumped on the bandwagon as well. Like, okay, I can do a hot tub stream, and I did.
Okay.
You'll see.
I didn't know, dog. You like rubber duckies. It's kind of cute.
All for $9.99 in USD.
OS.
What the heck?
Is
No, I still don't have OF. I still don't have OnlyFans. No.
Don't let him lie to you guys. Don't let him lie to you.
What the heck? I missed the bathtub.
That's
stream
insane. You
saga.
wash your butts on stream. If I
I
tell you to
did
wash your
not
butt, we
wash
say next year.
my anything on stream.
Every
I
time
did
I tell
a
him to
bathtub
wash
stream.
his butt, he says yes, sure, next year.
You know, that's actually more concerning, the fact that you think that you're supposed to wash yourself in hot tubs. That actually concerns me more.
No, you don't have to wash yourself in a hot tub. You need a hot tub, if you know what I mean.
What the
Sit
heck?
that butt down into.
Steel is the key. Oh, what the heck? But I missed the bathtub stream saga. Wait, weren't you already here, Britt? I guess maybe not. It's okay. I will send the VOD in the Discord. I mean, not Discord. In here. Once I land.
There's the informant. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Or bathtub streams. It's not a bathtub, it's a hot tub.
Don't you yell at them because you're not washing your butt. You hear me?
I am washing my butt.
Let me place a mine over here.
Place a mine over here. What the heck? New meta. That's an old meta. The hot tub streams. Bathtub stream. What the heck? Okay, let's see. It's not called hot tub. I don't know what's it called. Meta, there we go. Why would you do that?
Now tell your stream sorry and that you're gonna wash your butt.
Sorry for what? And I said that I am washing my butt. The heck? Okay, there's the stream. I mean the VOD.
Thanks.
4 hours and 45 minutes and 37 seconds. That was the very first hot tub stream. And then there was another one. Later on, I don't know. A couple of years after, I think, or something. Yes, his butt. What?
What? First of all.
That's what Jet said.
Stop.
That's what Jet said.
Just stop.
What? You don't like moist butts?
Not when it's not washed.
It's gonna cost double this time.
Take it up with her. Tell me what you got and I'll put in a good word for you.
Okay, it's like this. El Boquita's jammed up.
Unwashed and moist is crazy.
So he's running a big convoy up there tonight.
How big?
Couple of armored trucks for the cash, maybe half a dozen armored cars, maybe even a couple of helicopters. Serious shit.
Where's the convoy?
I don't know. El Boquita's been cautious since you fuck. Only he and the drivers know the route.
That's not good enough. I need a location.
How about this? I know where you can find El Boquita. He's here in Kuwani to make sure the convoy gets through. You follow him, he'll take you straight to the money.
All right, let's find El Boquita. Not a gunshot till we have the money in sight.
My. 5 hours of bathtub stream to drool over. What the heck, Brit?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Nah, that's too much. Whoops. No, we don't want to be shut down. Alright. So, are you ready? Miss Washbots, are you ready?
First.
Yes.
I got eyes on a mounted weapon.
Yes.
Eyes on a small group of tangos.
Come on, you can do it.
I'll get you after the stream. I'll get you after the stream, don't worry.
Get me what?
Got another tango.
Yeah, that one's on me, bro. Sorry. Just wash your butt, though. I am washing my butt. What the heck?
He is not. He says he'll get it next year.
I'm not gonna wash my butt anymore. For years.
You see, you guys heard it for yourselves.
I got a third.
Target is down.
Alright, good night, Shadow. Thank you very much for popping in. Have a good night's sleep. Sweet dreams.
I've got eyes on a captain. Target spotted. I got a target carrying submachine guns.
On stream next. No, I'm not gonna be washing my butt on stream.
Good night, Shadow.
Sleep well with the thought of Bulan washing his butt on stream. What the heck?
Bowman, we've got eyes on El Boquita.
Shit,
We'll tail him
I
to the
didn't mean
money.
to do that.
Roger that. We've got a tap on his cell phone. If he makes a call, says anything about the money or the convoy's route, you'll be able to listen in.
Run back to the helo. Where did we leave the helo? There. He declared it like it's my mental shift in his life.
So
Like witness. Ah, shit.
we have to chase him?
Oh, he's moving away. Never mind. We're gonna lose him.
Listo. As long as they get their money, the investors will be happy. They won't care how the cash gets to them.
That doesn't mean this isn't crazy.
Yeah, we already said
There
it.
is no other way.
Yeah.
We don't have
Lost.
time for any other way.
I didn't mean
Wow.
to spot him, because that's when it starts. He declares it like it's a monumental shift, and he's like witnessing his firstborn being birthed. What the heck?
I asked
So this is
Pacatari
what
to
I
send
get
us
for
food.
telling you to wash your butt. You're gonna sabotage my missions.
No, I'm not gonna sabotage your missions. Go do
Yeah,
the
you
mission.
did. Yeah. Oh. No, you go do it. You ruined it. You go do it.
Okay, fine.
I'll pilot.
That's the success chance of ops. 58%, if I remember correctly. Dirty bot boy. Alright, come on in.
Oh my goodness, I'm actually blind. I'm actually blind.
What do you mean?
Because you said come on in, and all I see is Smoker. I turned around in a circle, looking for the helo. Oh my goodness. He just died with a dirty butt. Why am I doing?
Yes or no with a more chance of yes? Yes, with a more chance of yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I died with a dirty butt. Why? Dang it, we do have to.
Coming up on the target area. El Boquita's expecting trouble, so let's take this low and slow.
Deploying drone. That whips Bowman. We've got eyes on El Boquita. We'll tail him to the money.
Roger that. We've got a tap on his cell phone. If he makes a call, says anything about the money or the convoy's route, you'll be able to
Believe he never did. Wow. And never will.
Get back on mission.
Listo. As long as they get their money, the investors will be happy. They won't care how the cash
See,
gets to
now
them.
they know your true colors, and it's not white smoke.
There must be a better way.
There is no other way. We don't have time for any other way. You know you're the only man who can pull this off.
I know you're
And
just
you're like,
buttering me up,
I
but
shouldn't
like
be
it. Igual, te amo. Let me speak
bullying
for
my
me.
chat. Hmm?
Papi, are you coming home?
Right.
Pronto, chaparita.
Right.
I have to take the
Oh
train.
my gosh,
You be
Jet.
good girl and listen to your mama.
Can I have a puppy? I want a small,
Taste, what the
brown
heck,
one,
you?
or maybe yellow.
Nena, you can have anything you want when I get home. Papa loves you very much.
Okay, bye.
Adios, mija.
I hope you're ready.
I guess I am, because
You're
my
gonna
butt
have
is washed.
to make a decision quick.
Oh, that's easy.
Okay.
As long as my butt is
Found the
washed, I'm
convoy.
good.
I count at least 3 heavy vehicles, 1 helo.
We need to keep those money trucks from reaching Mexico. Just as important, we need to take out El Boquita. Killing him will destroy Sueño and Nidio's relationship.
Roger that.
Okay, so how are we doing? What are we doing?
Let's shoot it.
Shoot what?
The, convoy.
From where? How?
Does this not have weapons?
No.
This one doesn't have weapons. Oh my god.
And even if it would, I'm using classic controls, so that's not gonna work. Quick!
Okay, so
They're moving away.
EMP. We can EMP it.
Oh, okay. What does that mean?
We can EMP the convoy.
Deploying
No
the
way.
drone.
No way.
Welcome back, Chosen. Go ahead and kill El Boquita. I'm gonna take care of the convoy.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not.
Okay, wait, why did we stop?
What do you mean, why did we stop? We have to both kill El Boquita and destroy the convoy.
And they got away!
I said go. Oh my goodness, why? I told you go kill El Boquita. I'm gonna take care of the convoy.
I did not hear that. I did not hear that.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
That's why I told you
I thought we were chasing the
you
convoy.
have to make a quick decision because
I
we
thought
cannot
we were
get too
chasing the convoy.
far from El Boquita,
Understood.
but we also cannot
Understood.
get too far from the convoy.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
We got it. I got it, my little must butt.
What? You know what? I'm not even gonna.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches.
Hey, Jervey, welcome in. How are you doing? Yes, Bokita Don got away.
Oh, I wonder why.
Me too. I wonder as well. Did you? Damn. Making me do all the work.
Bowman, we've got eyes on El Boquita. We'll tail him to the money.
Roger that. We've got a tap on his cell phone. If he makes a call, says anything about the money or the
Well,
convoy's
you
route,
do it
you'll be able
best.
to listen in.
You do it best.
Yeah, sure.
With unwashed butt. Oh.
No flowers for both of us. Doing good? Good.
Lydia, amor, I'm almost there.
Listo. As long as they get their money, the investors will be happy.
Shit.
They won't care how the cash gets to them.
Hey, that doesn't mean this isn't crazy. There must be a better way.
There is no other way. We don't have time for any other way. You know you're the only man who can pull this off.
I know you're just buttering me up, but I like it. Igual, te amo. Let me speak con mi niña.
Papi, are you coming home?
Pronto, chaparita. I have to take a trip. You be good girl and listen to your mama.
Can I have a puppy? I want a small, brown, cute one, or maybe yellow.
Nena, you can have anything you want when I get home. Papa loves you very much.
Okay, bye.
Adios, mija.
Da. A fost română, așa?
Oh, right.
Ok. Stai că nu, trebuie să fim prea aproape. Nu știu, dar cred că au fost română. Nu văd. Acolo e, da, română.
We found the convoy. I count at least 3 heavy vehicles, 1 helo.
We need to keep those money trucks.
Nu, Gervais. Voi sunteți cei care faceți aia.
Yes, no. Because at least someone acknowledged it.
Ba da.
He's always playing victim. He's always playing victim.
Nu e adevărat.
Yes, you are.
Nu e adevărat deloc.
Yes, you are.
Nu e adevărat. Du-te și omoară-l pe Boquita.
Don't worry about that. I got that. Because I heard you this time.
Da, în românește mă înțelegi.
Well, you just make sure you get that part done. Don't worry about my part.
Al meu e gata.
Don't tell me what to do.
Păsărăcia, bine că omor oameni rând pe rând. Dar mașina nu.
Say again, El Boquita is dead.
Așa.
This is Nomad. We've taken out the money truck and El Boquita is KIA.
Outstanding. The beauty queen.
Știi ce? Du-te la dracu, Gervais, și tu. Acolo să mergi și tu.
Either way, she's going to expose herself. And when she does, we go get her.
Stai acolo jos, că vin jos. Hai că-s aici. Hai, nu te uita acum la hartă. În mijlocul misiunii. Misiunea încă nu-i gata. Nu te-am chemat aia. Dar dacă vrei poți să te chem și aia, Gervais. Ce sărcea?
I was watching the video.
În mijlocul misiunii. Ce oamă.
Say it in English. Talk it in English.
O să zic în cam 20 de secunde, 20 și ceva de secunde. kiełbasę românește. E oameni, bă.
Shawarma. I have two.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. If you're hungry, just say.
I literally ate right before the stream. I actually still have fries here next to me.
The shawarma is absolutely beautiful. I ate it in the UK. Like I ate some of that in the UK. I would get the lamb one.
That's what we have a bunch of here at the fast foods. Shawarmas, gyroses. Or wait, how do you say it? Gyros?
I like
Gyros?
shawarma. Oh, gyros?
Or gyros, yes. It has too many ways to say it.
It actually does. In America, they say gyro.
Yeah, I know, that's what Jet keeps saying. I have to think
Gyro?
twice what
Jet
he's
says
saying.
gyro?
Yes.
Well, that's funny. Uh-oh.
You have to pay my shawarma when you get here, Gervais. That's what about the shawarma.
Don't pay a dime.
Hell, he's not gonna pay a dime because we're not using dime here. Now what you talking about?
Don't
We're
pay
using
anything.
lei. Or wrong.
He won't pay anything.
I know he won't. I know. I know full well.
Oh, look at you. You're such a gaslighter.
Come on, just pick the next mission.
I'm on the board. I'm making up my mind.
You are looking at videos and being on board in the middle of missions. Or anybody can kill you.
Ramon cheese? Wala pala.
Milan has loads of UK shawarma. No, not UK shawarma. I did not have UK shawarma whenever I was in the UK. I did have fish and chips though.
Wow. Wow. So of course you had fish and chips.
Look, I was brought to a place where they sold fish and chips, so it's not me that chose it.
Right. Right.
Albania is still on my list, but going to Albania soon. To Albania. Okay. That stuff's expected now. What, the fish and chips? To eat fish and chips?
Yeah, pretty much. They have a fish and chips on every corner, like America has a McDonald's on every corner.
You basic bitch. You should get some proper pub food. I visited some pubs and that's some good food. It was a pub where I got the fish and chips from.
Oh my goodness.
What are you talking about?
You went to a pub and got fish and chips? You could have got fish and chips anywhere. You went to a pub and got fish and chips?
Look, I'm gonna repeat. I was brought there.
Oh my
I
gosh.
did not choose where to go.
Okay.
I was there for... It was literally just before they stopped... they restricted flying right before COVID. Like literally, if I came back home one day later, or if I had the flight 1 day later, I could have not came back home.
Exactly, Rick. He still chose it. He was brought there and he still chose it. At a pub, there's so many options at a pub. I'm gonna be honest.
No, I was brought there and told to get fish and chips.
Oh.
What
but
the
you
heck?
have to listen to
Oh,
listen to them.
You know what?
It was 100% your choice. You didn't have to get fish and chips.
Yeah, fish and chips, and didn't think it was all that. You're brought there and
Yeah, well,
chosen
no,
fish.
no. I can see that because they don't season it for you. You have to season it yourself because they don't season the food.
I'm sorry, but
Spain
UK and seasoning is
because they care about your health. You season it yourself.
sure, right.
Yes, 100%. They care about your health. The only place I didn't really have to worry about seasoning was this Turkish restaurant. Lord, I go there every day of the week. That was the first time I had Turkish food in a restaurant. It was amazing. The pies, yeah, the pies are good too.
Brit is from UK and he's asking, we care about health?
Yes. Because, okay, I'll tell
Why
you honestly.
fry
you guys
both
have,
the fish and the chips?
First of all,
I know, right?
First of all, if we're comparing, like, food in the UK to food in America, 100%. 100%. Way more healthy. And I don't know, maybe that's just where I was, but yeah. It could have been just where I was, but yeah.
They either care about your health or they never got the proper spices during the spice trading era. Right.
Look, first of all, don't do them like that. This is called a fire. No, I had the what was that? The English breakfast, but I had not the traditional one, but the pancake one.
Look, English breakfast, yes. That's a big yes.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if in the UK.
No, it's delicious. I had it in the UK.
Yeah, that I didn't have.
I did try the traditional one, but I also had the pancake one. The pancake one was my favorite.
You can call America food. Everything comes from a bag, frozen or a tin. I don't know how many stuff in bread. For too much tobacco, salt, and sugar. Not enough paprika, cumin, and oregano.
The hot cake or the hot cake breakfast. It's literally instead of that big bland mushroom on top of my plate, it's pancakes instead.
I don't know, but what I know is, and I've heard this from others as well.
What? Indeed! I hate mushrooms. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to I don't want you to hate me, Britt, but I can't stand mushrooms. And the blood sausage, it wasn't necessarily my favorite. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't my favorite. It wasn't my favorite. Ultimate hangover food? Low key, I can agree. Yeah. It's like, jeez. I'm so sorry. And no. Like, okay, so the blood sausage wasn't bad. It was my first time trying it. But I liked it. It was okay. But the mushroom? Absolutely not. Why is it like this? It looks like it's just this big.
Just this big what?
No.
Oh, I guess
greasy,
she's done.
bland.
Gone? No?
No, I'm here. Hello?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Oh, I'm
We
here.
back.
I don't know why I cut out.
What the heck?
I'm sorry.
There.
Where people get the huge mushrooms. Look, I don't know where they get it either, but it was like just this big old huge piece of a mushroom, like head on my plate. Yeah, it's already bad enough that for some of their dishes they don't season anything, but to just have that like swimming in grease on my plate, it was terrible. It was terrible.
That not seasoning is very bad.
Yeah, yeah. Well, for certain dishes, yeah.
For most
Jeremy
dishes,
wants me banned. Oh my goodness. Banned because I don't like mushrooms? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
I wonder what you guys would say about the Romanian breakfast.
God damn it. Too fucking late.
The Romanian
Felice is dead.
breakfast? Felice is dead. Where? I don't even see his body.
Check on the
Oh,
wall.
the wall. Yep. Yeah.
Deploying drone. Fucking savages.
His data should be somewhere around here.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Why on the wall like that,
Shit,
though?
the hard drive is missing.
Bowman, Felice is dead and his hard drive's gone.
The murder made quite a goddamn mess, didn't he?
How the hell did you know
Grits,
that?
some of the
Because
food is
moron just
not
tweeted a
seasoned, I'm
selfie of
be
himself at the
honest.
scene. He geotagged the photo in the tweet. Sending you the location. Get there fast and see if you can recover Felice's hard drive before it's destroyed.
On our way.
Over US breakfast? Okay, first of all, I'm curious to know what US breakfast you've had. Because, it can't be like a nice southern breakfast. It couldn't be.
I'll pilot.
Brit, you have to go in some other countries and eat some food.
Seasoned sandwiches? Yes, you do.
Yeah, you can.
Like, I season like my tomatoes and like my bell peppers for my sandwiches. You don't season like your veggies? I season my veggies for salads and everything. You can put seasoning on everything. On anything, really. I just checked the computer already.
It still shows there to you as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me too. I think it's bugged out.
Is it bugged?
Wait, let me see. Let me go get there as well and try to interact. Nope, I cannot interact again.
Yes, Jax. Sausage, egg, cheese, chipped bacon with gravy. Okay, I've had biscuits and gravy. I've had, of course, pancakes, sausage, eggs. Does anybody know, besides Jet, what grits are? You guys know what grits are?
What
I love
are?
cheese grits. Grits!
Grits?
Yes, grits. porridge. Yeah, I knew one of them was gonna say it, but yes, it's porridge. It's like porridge. I love cheesy grits though. Excuse me. Oh my.
Wait, I'm looking for a Romanian breakfast so that I can post it. So you guys can see.
It's probably gonna be some type of soup.
Not at all. It's
Oh,
actually
okay.
quite similar to English breakfast.
Ah.
But even more,
Yeah.
I don't know, countryside dish or I don't know. I don't know, it's Romanian breakfast, you'll see. Yes, it would be similar to
Cheese and
something like
porridge. Okay,
this.
it's not like it's like cheese and porridge. Okay, it's not the same as your porridge. My God. They're like, what is she eating? We don't. No, we don't. Oh, goodness. No. No, 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 no. A porridge is what you eat when you have to survive the national. No, it's not like that. Like, it's a breakfast food. It's grits and it's like I don't want to say it. How do I describe grits? None, none. Yeah, in the South, it's the Southern breakfast. Like, okay, so it's basically like an English breakfast, but it's got other stuff. So it's eggs, bacon, sausage, or yeah, eggs, bacon, or sausage, or turkey even. But pancakes, waffles,
I'm ready.
biscuits, um, I hate to say it again, but grits, and I don't know, that's just my fave. And no, gravy doesn't go on everything. You're one to talk. You guys put gravy on a lot of stuff too. Brown gravy. Your brown gravy. Your brown gravy. You guys eat brown gravy with everything. Yes, grits. Grits. You sound so you sing it so many times. But yeah. It's really good. Cheese and porridge. I never like cheese and porridge. Not like oatmeal, but like it's a different type of savory porridge. A lot of brown gravy, and they use a lot of brown sauce. It's not gravy, it is a sauce, but it's not like a barbecue sauce. It's just a brown sauce. What else is that? Oh my goodness, what else is that you guys put on toast? It's this little thing that you just open up and you just put it on toast. I love it. What is it called? What is it called?
Food.
Goodness. No, 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 no. It's this
Pretty sure it's called food, yes.
I'm pretty sure, yes, it is food. Okay, look, no, it's not butter. Grits, you know it. It's the one thing that you put on toast in the morning, and it's like, for a lot of people, when they try it, you either love it or you hate it, but it's like, it's really, really good. And it's not called brown sauce, but it's like a, it's kind of thick, And I mean, it is brown, but it's not, it doesn't taste like brown sauce. A corn porridge with cheese. Okay, so first of all, I hate the way you guys are butchering that because that sounds disgusting. Like, I would never eat that if somebody said it's corn porridge. I would never eat that. But no, it's not just. And that's why I was so scared to describe it like that because it's like, I don't want to say cornmeal, but it's like grain. It's like corn and grain. I don't know. I have to show you guys a picture or something. It is made of corn. And no, Brit, it's not jam. It's not jam. It's the one, oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to look for it. This is gonna drive me crazy. Marmite. That's what it is. It's Marmite. Okay. Do you know what I'm talking about? Britt, you have to know what I'm talking about. Like, animal feed is crazy. No. Yes, Marmite. I'm talking about Marmite. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Do you like Marmite? I like Marmite. I tried it for the first time. It was pretty good. That stuff? What?
Are you sure that's the stuff that you like?
It's good. I literally looked it up on Google to find it. I was like, brown stuff in a jar in the UK. And it came up immediately. It came up
Brown
immediately.
stuff in a
Brown
jar.
stuff in a jar in the
in the UK. You know what? I'm not gonna comment on that.
I swear. No. I'm gonna show you the search. I looked it up just like that.
No, I don't want to see that.
Stuff they repair the road with is insane. No, it's good. I can't believe you don't like it. How long have you been a Brit? You've been a Brit all your life?
I know, right, Jeremy?
Oh my goodness.
Welcome back, Happy. You came back at the right time. Yes, we're talking about brown stuff in a jar.
The other things where you can put brown stuff. No. Okay, that's enough brown stuff. That's enough brown stuff.
Hey, you brought it up.
No. Because I had to Google it like that because I knew it would come up exactly for what I was looking for. Because it's the only thing that's like a huge... I don't know how Brit doesn't like it. It's a huge staple.
I don't know. I wouldn't like brown stuff in a jar either.
That's true. That is so true. Everyone says that. Like, you either love it or you hate it. I don't even want to know. She is never gonna just... Oh my gosh, no more brown stuff. No more brown stuff, unless it's chocolate. What's what brown stuff is? Jars and squeeze bottles. The worst thing is, what's the worst thing?
I got it. I'll fly.
No, I did look it up. I promise I did. But they're not gonna believe me. They're not gonna believe me, look. I'm sending it to Boo now. They're not gonna believe me.
Oh, don't send it to me.
Excuse. Look, I am.
No, I don't want to see. I don't want to see any brown stuff in jars.
Oh my god, stop! You're making it worse. Don't do that. I literally, oh my gosh. Look. It literally says Marmite. I kid you not. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it might be against the OS.
Oh, Gervais, please. Wait, how am I getting bullied right now? Wait, no. You guys are supposed to bully Boola.
Excuse you?
Marmite sounds like
it's supposed to.
Look at Jet, I saw. Honestly, it sounds more like an insect. It sounds more like an insect, but no, it's.
Her Google search.
I guess
brown
I
stuff
don't,
in a jar in the UK.
I kid you not, and it popped up. That was the first thing.
Stuff in a jar in the UK.
Oh my god. Oh, this is embarrassing. What do we do? Let me. Okay.
I don't know. You are looking up for brown stuff in a jar.
First of all, I said hello. We're like forgetting the in the UK. The fact that I said in the UK and that was the first thing to pop up. Everyone can pull up their phone right now and Google the same exact thing. It's gonna pop up.
I am not gonna Google brown stuff in a jar. I definitely am not going to in anywhere. I don't care where. I don't care where it comes from. I'm good at things.
You're a bully too. I forgot you're a bully too. You never have my back. You never would.
See? Nah, I'm good, bro. No.
God.
I don't want those keywords in my search engine for targeting ads purposes. Exactly, me neither.
What?
And then she's surprised. Why am I getting these ads?
Oh my goodness. But they knew exactly what I was asking for. They're probably gonna give me ads about Marmite.
What the heck, Jeremy? Oh, there we go. Now I can check.
Oh my god.
Come and see if you can check again.
That way. I am.
It still didn't work. I might have to leave. If it doesn't work for you.
No, really?
Yeah, and rejoin.
Yeah, it's not working. But I checked it already.
Yeah, it's bugged out. It's probably a desync issue.
Okay. Do I need to leave also then?
Didn't it pop up once I left?
Nope.
Yeah, I guess let's just restart the session.
Copy that. Yeah, that's weird, but that's a weird bug. In the middle of a mission like that? Uh-oh.
Not that, guys. Let me know when you're in.
Will do. Oh my goodness. breakfast, I've had a proper English breakfast, and it's delicious. Besides the mushroom, I just always replace the mushroom with pancakes. That's it.
No tengo ni un boliviano, pues.
Yes, you do. That's actually a good idea, Jack. I might actually go and just take a photo of like a good like a full plate breakfast. You know, don't be mean. He said that would be more edible.
I know, I see what he said. Well, I mean, you guys said it. You either love it or hate it. I guess we know what Brit does.
That's just what they that's just what they say about Marmite. Either you love it or hate it. I love it.
Yeah,
Brit
exactly.
hates it.
Exactly.
So apparently his tears are in that bottle too.
No, it says U.S. citizens.
That stuff is nasty. No, it's not. Like, I wonder how you tried it. Like, did you just scoop it and like put a spoonful in your mouth? Because it can be pretty bitter at first. Like, it has like a bitter aftertaste if you eat it like that, especially. Clean the jar before. Please! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I should have never looked it up. I should have just left it at Marmite.
No, you probably should have looked it up, but you should have not said what you looked up or how you looked it up.
Jesus.
Incoming Unidad
Somebody
patrol.
help me. Somebody help me. Oh my goodness.
Can you still repair bike tire? Like,
All right, we're all clear.
Please. Oh my god. It is
first
not
off, you don't need to look up.
It is not. It's running. Oh my god. Okay, that's enough. That is enough. My goodness. I looked up Marmite. Oh my god. I ain't happy. Like, and they just
No, that is not what you looked up.
No.
That is not what you looked up.
Shut up. I'm talking about yank you up by your shirt in the air, feet dangling. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Oh gosh. No, I'm done.
It's the triple B. Are you in yet? Yes, you are. No, please don't. No, we're
I
good.
didn't look up anything. Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to interrogate a thief.
Fucking savages.
His data should be somewhere
Yeah,
around
there we
here.
go. Yeah, this is what should have happened.
Let's go.
Wow, no. Jack, you need a whooping.
Come on, you can do it.
Does Jet still play VR? I'm gonna chase you around with a belt.
Are you seriously gonna run 1.2 clicks?
Oh! I mean, no.
Why did you think that the car is driving right next to you? What the heck?
No, because I was thinking about chasing Jet around with a guitar in karaoke. Jeremy said, make sure it's runny. I'm sick. I'm sick. Oh my god. Jesus.
Picture.
Oh my god. Please. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They are so hilarious.
I think I'm gonna have to talk to Jet and tell him next time, instead of sending me that he's going to poop, he can send me that he's going to fill up a jar.
Oh wait, he still does that? He still does that? That's so cute.
What the heck? That is not so cute.
That's so cute.
Got eyes on our killer. We need that hard drive. Take him alive.
Hard Jar Binks? Please don't. Please. You guys can give me a better nickname.
The drone is up.
It's like she's trying to change the combo. You think so?
I need a break. I need a break. Oh my goodness.
Fuck your mother, cabron!
Look somewhere else. Not to interrogate him in the middle of the road. Oh, okay.
Easy. Camine. Marking a tango. He's close to that local.
He said feels like she's trying to change the combo. You think? Maybe it's just a little bit. Like, could we put something else in the jar? Could something else go in the jar besides brown stuff?
You're not making it any better.
How? Something else can go in that jar. Like, I don't know, maybe strawberries? You know? Everybody likes strawberries, right? Where am I going?
His body has transformed along with his mind and his spirit. Do not take your tattoos lightly, for they bear your...
Got you, you sick fuck.
What are you talking about? I didn't do nothing.
You took a selfie with your victim, you idiot.
You saw that? Fucking badass, right?
You think that was
I
badass?
didn't
Wait till
do
you see what I did
anything,
to you.
though.
Hint,
Digging
involves a
myself
wire
in the
handle and a
deeper
whole lot of electricity.
Chingado, man. What do you want?
Okay,
Rely
I'm
for Lisa's
done.
hard
I'm
drive
done.
Now.
That's it? Man, I
Oh my
already dropped it off for
goodness.
those hacker nerds. Not far from here.
Put strawberries in a jar? I don't know. The same way they put
it.
strawberry preserves in a jar. I put strawberries in a jar. I put lots of fruit in a jar. I like making jam. You've never made jam before? I've made blueberry jam, strawberry jam. I've made lemon jam. yeah, it's very easy. God. Oh my god.
So, how does it feel being
Yes,
bullied
it
by the chat?
because strawberry jam is a way to preserve strawberries. It was made initially as a way to preserve it, but then, you know, it was later called something else when they put it on toast or whatever it else they were putting it on. So yeah. It's not just strawberries and sugar, it's lemon also to preserve it. Oh my god, please. I'm literally trying to make this as innocent as possible. Like, it literally started off as Marmite. Like, I was literally just trying to find Marmite. First of all,
I'm looking at a
jeez,
small group of tangos.
my goodness.
Quite literally.
Okay, there is no one pooping in jars over here, okay? No one's
Oh,
pooping
yeah.
in jars.
I'm not
Like,
sure about no one.
I would hope.
We're coming up
Well,
on the place where the killers for the
well,
hard
okay,
drive should
maybe
be.
not,
Eyes up.
me, but definitely you, Mr. Must. But first of all, second of all, I was talking about Marmite. There may be Marmite in my jars, but definitely not Uvu.
I am not pooping Marmite in jars or
Eyes
anywhere.
on an air defense system.
Okay, okay. He said I was trying to find the UK Browns.
Spotting another tango. Eyes on a small group of tangos.
Exactly. Marmite. Okay, why do we keep skipping over the Marmite? Like, we're just gonna glaze over the Marmite and make it about poop.
Tomato. Doesn't care how you call it. It's
Look,
still brown stuff in a
just
jar.
call it easy. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna let you guys have it. I'm gonna let you guys have that. I can't. I can't. I really can't. Jeez. No, they're very creative.
Got a generator.
They're very
Marmites are
creative.
extinct.
That tango's done.
Marmites are used to seal roofing.
He makes 5.
I was kill witnessed. I thought we were going silent.
We are.
I guess not, because we are haunted.
How is it not
disabled the
silent
alarm.
though? It's still silent. I'm built like that. You have no faith in me. I swear. Brown stuff is in jars and you have no more faith, huh? I'm not gonna let you keep talking about Marmite like. Oh my god, I'm using EMP. I can't focus. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna switch. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Why took you so long?
Thank you.
Of course. Oh, was that an unmarked? Okay.
A couple.
He's down. He's down.
There's one more. Well, he's marked now.
Third?
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And then... Wait, is that backup? Oh, yeah, okay, let's back up.
He's down.
Happy?
They got no juice.
I'm so sorry. I just ruined breakfast.
For who?
Let's drop the dookie on the brown stuff. I'm snacking on Snickers right now. Oh, Jet has chocolate. Put in
And
pan, cook, throw in trash, and make
read what
English
he said
breakfast
after
instead.
that.
Wait, what? Oh, wow. Okay. It's brown, but not in a jar. How to make grits appealing? Please. It's okay. I don't even want to explain anymore. Like, I just want to cry. Grits are so good.
So you never answered me.
What? What is it? I'm sorry.
How is it being bullied by chat?
Yeah? Oh, being bullied by the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did answer. I said they're very creative and funny.
Okay.
Like, it's fun. It's fun. They didn't go too far. They're pretty fun. And again, very creative.
I got the demo primed.
I got rid of the Sammy. Okay, now I'm gonna go
Copy.
to this guy here.
There's the hard drive. Secure it.
The hard drive.
Bowman, we've secured Felice's hard drive.
Good work.
Wow,
Affirmative. Plug the key
please.
into it and they're uploading the data to you now.
Excellent. According to Felice's blog,
The
some
fun to
blonde
Invite
is
me
snatching
because I'm
Bolivian
fun to
children,
bully.
sending them to Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico.
Okay, but
as
no
slave
more
labor.
brown
Now we
stuff
can
in
make this
jars,
proof
right?
public. Nobody
Let's
sympathizes with
put
child
something else in the
traffickers.
jar.
Not even drug traffickers.
Why do you keep bringing it up?
Because
That's why they keep going, because you keep bringing it up.
No, I swear. Where is it? Where is it? Let me find it. Let me find it. It was like right
Most
after
of the time,
yeah,
what
he
the
was like, yeah, I'm not letting the corn and cheese porridge in the jars full of well, for one, my cheese porridge is not what you think it is. It's grits. It's not the same. It's not the same. Where? I swear. Oh my god. Okay, but it's not like... Okay, so corn and cheese, when you put it like that, like the very first thing that comes up in your mind is like a corn on a cob or something, and it's like that's not what it is. It's like, how do you say it, like the natural form of it, but it's like ground up and it's cooked and it's boiled into a porridge where you can season it and then you can put like cheese on top if you want. It's not like, no. The natural form of corn. No! No! It's coming out all wrong. It's coming out all wrong. Like, I'm trying to explain. No, this is what it's like talking to you. This is what it's like talking to you, except there's like 5 of you. This is how I would describe talking to your chat. It's the same as talking to you, except there's 5 of you. All my words are twisted and everything's like changed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's mushed up corn with cheese. No, 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 no. No, you guys need a picture or something. No, but it's not. It's not mushed up corn. It's not like mushed up corn is what you would call cream corn. You're not putting cream corn in a bowl and heating it up and putting cheese on top of that. Like, no. It's like the grain. It's grain. I don't know how else to... You guys have never seen grits? This is so hard to explain. I've never had to explain grits like this. So dry. No. Oh my god. Literally weaving. Please. Thank you, Jet. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Yes, this is grits. These are the different kinds of grits. Yeah. You can have it with butter. You can have it with cheese. You can have it with cheese and butter. Yeah. I want a picture of mushed up. Oh, they had one with shrimp. That actually does sound good. That actually does sound good.
Yeah, we do have that here as well.
You do? Okay, so you guys do know what I'm talking about. You just like seeing me suffer.
What?
Got it.
No, I didn't say anything.
Got it. Got it. Right, you didn't say anything. You just let them...
I got it. I'll drive.
Get in my car so we can go.
That's not your car.
It is my car.
Did you start a mission?
Get in.
So that we know where to go.
Get in.
Why are you killing rebels?
Just trying to kill you.
I see how it is.
No, I see how it is. I see how it is.
I see how it is.
I see how it is.
Trying to kill me.
No,
I see.
no, because it's like, no, I see what you did. I see what you did. You're like, yeah, they're not bullying me. They're not bullying me. They've got somebody else to target. See how it is. See how it is. I knew you didn't care about me. You're just gonna get this car there as messed up as possible.
Right with the guys here.
I should have let them kill you.
Here's his house. La Plaga's making a run for it. We kill him now so we don't have to kill him later. Move quickly, but don't rush.
Okay, I'm gonna do some quick recon.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
We copy. Relaying enemy positions now.
Oh my goodness. I'm not even talking about it anymore. They're trying to still put everything in jars. Corn with milk and cheese and okay, please. And this look, it's actually
Igen,
really good.
borkámba
So
teszi őket.
introducing, so you took pork and decided you wanted to use corn. Okay. But it's good. It's
Na.
actually pretty good.
Bemehetünk? Ölhetünk meg minden? Ott van egy melletted. Azt nem fogjuk. Azt igen. Azt nem. A lentit meg tuti nem.
Oh.
What the fuck is that? Weed smoke?
They were okay. Ah, yeah. I didn't know they were on my
Drone is
list.
airborne.
Hogy mik voltak?
Damn, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
A francba hol van? Na végre. Most jön. Azt hiszem. Tegődj már meg! Hogy?
Okay, so I don't even think this is where I needed to be. Well, maybe.
Igen, itt kell legyen. Tudja, hogy itt kell legyen.
Okay.
Oké, nincs már több senki.
Okay. Well, where is
Hol van, kicsoda?
Where is La Plaga? Is he down? Is he down the? Oh, is he all the way down here again?
Nézd meg.
Yep.
Got eyes on La Plaga. Let's take him down.
Menj a francba, Gervais.
La Plaga down.
Got
Repeat,
him.
the plague is dead.
Only a matter of time
That
before
was
the world
nice.
finds out his
That was
That's
nice.
it, Paul.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can deliver the news in person.
Oh, you thought I was gonna chase him? I wasn't gonna do that whole
igen.
chase. I saw that.
Most se tudod, hogy hova megy. Okay is okay in any language. What the heck?
Oh wow. We neglected Bulan a bit, so now they're just gonna bully you. They
Yeah, I
are
know.
hilarious.
No, I'm good,
That just
Gervais.
means
Thank you.
bully you now. No, it's your turn. It's your turn.
Do you really think that he cares? He's gonna bully me anyway.
Look, I took it with great sportsmanship, Twitcher.
Yeah, I'm good. I think she's looking at video.
I'm on the board. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, okay. I was just saying I think you are looking at a video.
No. Oh, here it is.
Nidia Flores. Aiming is good. It's going actually pretty easy. Oh, we got all 4 underbosses. Or what?
I was thinking about El Yayo, but I'll do it one more. Okay, so that's Anita, El Yayo. Oh, wait. Okay. We can do, yeah, we can do Nivea.
Okay. On the new RP server. Spent 1 hour doing the application. Got it done. Spent 2 days falling through the map because of fuck all reasons. They had a fix they wanted to test. But the dev team has a day off because they were working so hard.
Don't do that.
Don't
do that. Wow. Oh my god.
They're just
what is up with you
something.
and no. What is up with you guys and playing with feces?
That's what I was about to say. There is something. It's just something about it.
Is it
when
just
you
today?
are annoyed
Is
by
it just
something or somebody.
No.
It's just like what do you call it in English?
You guys are not gonna call me Jar Jar.
Just like
what?
smearing it all on the
SB built.
I was just
all
thinking
over
that. Oh
the-
my goodness. No,
the building.
First of all, yeah, I see where they get it from. It makes
Where they are getting
see
from.
where they getting it from.
What if I'm getting it from
you
them?
You are the man.
Excuse you? The heck?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mustbutt, but I highly doubt that you're not the influence.
Right.
Hold on. This is my TT. Hold on.
What was paused there? She saved my ass just don't let me stop falling. I'm so annoyed. Jar Jar Brown, what the?
This big out here.
Yeah, the locals use it for irrigation.
No, not anymore.
I reckon somebody was optimistic about agriculture in Bolivia.
She used to, supposedly. What the heck, Jet? No, but I was saying on stream while you were AFK that from now on you can stop telling me that and instead just tell me that you're filling up a jar. No, not Unidad. Oh shit. To pay attention to the road, I can't reach chat. I feel like you bully me. As a ginger, I got enough of that already. I'm looking for a jar. Are you good, sweet? Hello, this.
Yeah, no, I just took it off already.
Okay.
It was my.
Your what?
Yep, sorry about that. Wow.
Okay, welcome back.
No, I seriously on the. It's like a call. Please. Oh my. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna let them kind of like find something else to put in the jar.
Jar bombs. Jar bombs.
Damn, look at that. Barbecho's plot to
Stop! Okay, we're really not gonna stop calling me that.
The billion-dollar question is
Stop my nickname. Like, please, that's not even like cute.
Oh my goodness, are you serious? What the fuck are there so many Unidad around? There's like 4th, 5th car.
But okay, we can find something like, I don't know, what else goes in jars? It's definitely not. I don't even think Marmite should be in a jar, but yeah. Other stuff that goes in jars though, like pickles. Oh my goodness, everybody likes pickles, right? Pickles. That's it, pickles. Pickles come in a jar.
Get ready. Once we get to the safe house, we're gonna swap to the helo.
No, corn and cheese don't go in a jar. Pickled poop. Jet, please. Wow. Wow.
Did you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Quick.
Yes, we're going. Oh.
I told you.
Good job.
The drone is up.
God damn.
Okay, in the helo.
I'll pilot.
But yeah, I'm sorry, I was distracted trying to put other things in a jar. Like pickles. Seasoned tomatoes. What's wrong with seasoned tomatoes? You don't like tomatoes either?
Silver mine over there.
You don't like
Santa Blanca took them over
Marmite,
from the
you
city.
don't like
Hieroglyphics
tomatoes?
plotted to match the digging for them.
As far as the miner's concerned, what's the difference between the two? One boss is as bad as another when you're trapped a mile underground.
I like cucumbers. Cucumbers are really good. I don't have to have anything on those. I just cut them up and snack on them. Okay. Lydia Flores. Oh. Oh. But I asked if you like tomatoes. That taste odd? No, they taste like a fresher pickle. Because, I mean, that's really all they are, pickles. Wait, so do you not like pickles either?
Alarm over here.
Shut the damn alarm off.
Deploying the drone.
Got another
Third target.
Tango. Tango marked. He's a little close to civilians. That makes 5.
I love pickles.
I love pickles too. Yeah.
Cucumbers suck.
Alarm over here.
That brings us to 10.
They're literally just like a fresh version of a pickle. Like, you can literally do like lemon, like you can slice up some cucumbers, lemon, vinegars,
rebels to
and a
recon the
little bit
area
of
for
salt and
us.
pepper, and it will taste just like a pickle. Yeah, same, Jet. I love pickles too.
Alarm is off. That car's got an alarm.
What?
What just happened?
Get back into the helo.
Sueño's people are hitting the hacienda now.
I don't know.
Let's move.
Oh, wait, never mind. I do know. Don't get back into the helo. It's whatever
Okay.
you just heard.
Oh, this is interesting.
Tango 15.
They're just fighting?
Did you hear? They came for Nidia.
Looking at a small group of Tangos.
Just like us.
Count is now 15. That's
Sniper
15
up there.
tangos.
Eyes on a small group of Tangos.
Jed always has like the perfect responses.
Getting left out there.
Who, me? No.
Target eliminated.
Oh, how am I seeing? Uh-oh. Oh, I was caught by the helo?
Because you kept shooting as it was passing.
Thank you.
Happy?
Both helos down.
Happy.
We still gotta get in.
Yeah, I know.
So, any plan?
For now, I think to take out as many as possible.
They're coming up
Is
up
the
here.
plan right now. Yeah. I'm trying to get a little bit of higher ground for now, and then
Careful with the base up top.
yeah, I'm not going too far. I'm here. I'm right here.
The
Oh,
base
is that
isn't far
all?
either.
Okay, just took out another.
I'm gonna mark the guys upstairs as well, just in case.
Okay, thank
I asked the
you.
rebels to do a recon of the area.
So, were they meant to be on alert like this entire time?
Yeah, didn't you hear?
I did not.
They were coming for Nidia, just like we did. El Sueño sent some guys for Nidia, and she had her guys.
You gave Brit a brown jar or something?
I'm not using brown jars. I'm not
Yeah,
making brown jars, so no.
Brit said you got something special about your taste in your brown jar. So, you must have given him a brown jar.
What he's talking about? I don't do brown jars.
I don't know.
That's
You
your
tell
thing.
us. You tell us what Brit is talking about. You have more answers than we do.
What the heck?
Oh my goodness.
God damn.
Deploying drone.
Okay, theoretically should be all clear. One more helo incoming. Helo is down. And another helo.
Okay. Okay.
I got eyes on Nydia and the daughter. We need them both alive.
You can come out on the roof. Once you have them. I have the helo here.
Okay. Understand. Wait, what happened? Oh, that hero, gotcha.
The one that we came with.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I think we can use it.
You wanna kill me, pendejo? I'm right here. None of you assholes is gonna lay a hand on my daughter.
We don't want to hurt you or your daughter. We want Sueño. You help us, we can protect you.
Holiday, like I'm gonna trust you.
You don't really have a choice.
S3 moments down again. What the heck?
On your own. You know Sueño better than anyone. He won't stop till your head is lying at his feet. We are your only chance.
I'm not giving up, El Sueño.
We'll see. Let's take your helicopter.
Mamá! Escóndete, Valeria! Don't come any closer. Cuídenla!
Okay, she's on. They're both on.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Attention.
loading up on the RP.
Oh, Karenya, whatever happens, just remember that Mama loves you.
Okay, Mama.
I'm not going to talk.
Good. I don't want you to. I want you to listen. I want to tell you a story. Long ago, there was a very beautiful princess named Nydia. And one day, Princess Nydia met a very powerful king named El Sueño.
No.
Nydia loved El
sorry.
Sueño. He was like the
I was
father
muted.
she never had. And all
thought he heard
Nydia
me.
ever wanted was to
But
make him
Britt,
proud
I'm
of her.
good.
Nydia was so
I'm just looking at
afraid
the story.
of letting down
now.
Sueño that she even sacrificed the love of her
I'm just
life,
not reading up on.
the father of her child.
No.
All so that Sueño
We're
would
not
love
gonna
her.
call me Jar Jar. We're not.
But it
We're
wasn't
really
enough.
not. Special sauce? Who has special sauce?
It was never enough.
You know nothing.
How much for
I
a
know one
jar?
thing.
Who?
I know that once I sign this, you will be
What is he
extradited to the
talking
United
about?
States and you will never, ever see that little girl again. She will go into the foster care system and in 5 years, she won't even remember who you are.
Okay.
You and I have both been there, Nydia. We both know what it's like. We both know the fucked up shit that goes on in those families. Do you really want Valeria to go through what you did? Who's it gonna be? Valeria or Sueño?
I want an S visa. Witness relocation for both of us. And I want full immunity. Trato.
Sweetheart, you get me Sueño, I will give you eternal life.
Oh, she flipped on him quickly. The beauty queen flipped on him quickly. Okay, now El Muro.
We've done the last times the Operation Orokoja. He knows already.
Knows what?
Cat said don't trust Karen.
Provincials Airport up ahead. Stay sharp. Under SP control.
How does a drug cartel just take over a fucking airport?
I guess when they threaten to shoot any departing flight out of the air, you figure it's safer to take a train.
Always get promises like that in paper, so if you need it, you can use it to help your case.
Is this my first mission for Sueño?
What?
Well, I guess like a part of it.
What?
It said El Sueño operations or something like
Well, you didn't get to Heads, did you? We did only Nydia.
that. Yeah, but it mentioned something about. I don't know. I guess it was just the way the mission was written.
Well, check your board. You should see if you have one mission for El Sueño already up or not. You might. But as far as I remember, it's 2 heads. When you get his first mission.
One of them is unlocked. He had 2 locks on him.
Oh, you do? Okay.
One of them, yeah.
Well, up to you. Alright, Britt. Thank you for coming in. And thank you for all the advertisements.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Breakfast, Davey? No mushrooms. No mushrooms and we're all good. Make some grits.
Proper breakfast.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, Britt. Sweet dreams. Breakfast not meant to condition my livestock tag.
We got small arms fire.
El Muro's Unidad buddies are trading shots with Santa Blanca.
Alright, we go in and we find El Muro.
Thank you, Bert. Thank you.
Deploying drone. The drone signal's jammed. I can't see or hear a thing.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Are you ready though to move on? I can make it work. But we're gonna have to move.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Power's down.
Oh.
There.
I'm moving.
The drone is up. He makes 5. Got a tango.
I feel like this is familiar, like this area somehow.
It definitely is.
Okay.
We've been here.
Yeah.
I asked the
I
rebels
just
to
can't
recon the
remember
area
for
for us.
what. Is what I meant.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing that you said? Well, what's that you mean?
No, I was saying I just can't remember for what I was here for.
A helicopter right on that helipad. Supply helicopter.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Minigun, not minigun, SMG in that armory. And a document in the air control tower. Gray launchers in GCW? I don't know about that. I mean, I guess, but they would have to add some sort of stuff like that for the for the AI as well, because otherwise it's just too OP. Same like with the thermals. Yeah, I remember. Well, with the about the nades, I remember.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
I guess that's it. Regarding Unidad, there's only the helo.
But how are they? So they're under attack by the copter right now? Is that what that was?
Yeah. Helo down.
Okay.
Tango down.
Cool. Not sure if cool is the right word for that. That doesn't go through those. It goes through that. Reinforcement car. Oh, there's more Unidad. Shit is coming up here.
Well, we could get them to fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I blew up instead the two cars. But this guy came here instead, so not sure if there's going to be much of a fight. And the heavy is coming out as well again. Yeah, they're both back here.
No hay ningún contacto en la última posición conocida del enemigo. Comenzando búsqueda ahora.
What?
Got a
Ow!
second? Okay, one second.
What?
Let me switch to the medic. Okay. Alright. Coming to you now.
Of course I can see shit from here. Dang it. There's that guy just on the other side of the armory.
Tango down.
Copy that.
Put a call to the rebels for some reinforcements.
Copy. A fire team has been sent to your 20. I copy, amigo. A fire team will move into position.
They're fighting rebels right now.
I know. I called in the rebels.
Amuro's on the move.
Let's get the motherfucker.
We need him alive. I say again, we need that HVT alive. Deploying drone.
Come here, fuckface.
Back off, puto! Get your fucking hands off me! Chingada madre!
Here, and there you go. Helipad.
On my way.
Were smart, you stop right here. Put a bullet in my brain and go about your fucking business.
Maybe we just like your company, Muro. Isn't every day we meet a genuine Billy badass.
You got huevos, I give you that. But you pendejos are just as people on my way to killing El Sueño.
Two men like you being friends. We all had to know one day you were gonna try to kill each other.
Maybe. True amigos are a rare thing in this line of work.
But you can always count on blood.
A huevo. Between mi jefe y mi hermano, the church will always be mi hermano. I'm gonna skin that pendejo Sueño and I'm gonna hang his fucking face on the wall. Or like a trophy, you know?
Yeah, I get the idea.
But you... I ain't gonna take no trophy when I kill you. You ain't worth it.
It, Muro. Welcome to the end of your illustrious career.
I like you, Yankees. You always know how to dream.
Se asuste.
Nice.
You have anything interesting to say?
He's an angry guy, that's for sure.
No eres más que una puta.
I see what you mean. You want some vengeance against Sueño? I am the means and the way. You just have to start talking. Every word you say is a nail in his coffin.
This is why you keep me alive? Eres muy pendeja. Tu gente killed my brother. Shed my blood in this pinche fucking Bolivian wasteland. I don't even have his goddamn body. Now you expect me to help you take down my best friend? What fucking planet do you think you're on?
Helping us nab Sueño is protecting yourself.
Why would I do that to him? To myself? Ubícate, vieja. We are men out here in the wild. We don't play these pinches morritos games. I respect Sueño. And if I'm going to respect myself, I'm gonna put him down with my own bullet. De mi fusca, cabrona. And now, I got a bullet for you too, Karen Bowman.
Hello, game?
Wait 1 second, I'm watching a video from this one.
I wonder if that's why it's locked.
Hola, camarada. I have some very important information for you, my friend.
What happened?
El Sueño. One of my men claims to have seen him.
We've been in Bolivia all this time, and this is the first that anyone who isn't cartel has seen El Sueño. Who is this man of yours?
You're right to be suspicious. The information isn't clear, but with all our recent success, we must have forced El Sueño to show his face. There are no buchones left to run things. This could be our chance, Nomad. We can force the cartel out of Bolivia.
Send us the location where you want to meet. We'll be there.
Okay, so something else just came up, I think. Yeah.
This is the...
This is one for, yeah.
No.
You can now confront El Sueño. You can either complete the story or continue to further destabilize the cartel and improve your character. Okay. Ooh. Wait. So I think I wanna do El Yayo now. Where is he? He's over here. Here you are. Oh. There we go.
Well, I am going to call it here though, but it's already past 4 AM.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, you should go to bed. Well, I may do this one because I'm kind of interested in the story, and then I'll just leave the El Sueño missions for us later.
Isn't there one more?
Yes. I think,
What's his name?
yeah, the Cardinal.
Cardinal, yep. Yeah, Cardinal. Okay,
But
because we're
okay, then
gonna
yeah,
have to
I'll let
do
you.
El Sueño twice anyway.
Twice.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I'll do El Sueño by myself. At least not for the first time around.
I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah. We'll do that another time. I'll let you end your stream.
And still
And
have to do Watchman, the special one.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, we'll do. I definitely want to do the special missions before dealing with El Sueño.
That should be the
And that
last
should be
one.
the last one. Yeah.
But
Okay,
it has to be at 9 p.m.
In game.
Yes. It's between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m., I think.
Copy that.
So far you got the Rainbow Six mission, the Ghost Recon Future Soldier mission, the Ghost Recon Breakpoint mission,
Yeah.
and that one you're gonna get, I'm not gonna tell you what.
Okay.
We'll see.
Awesome. Can't wait. Well,
Right.
I'm gonna let you end your stream. Yeah. And I'll see you next time.
Yep.
And
Thank you very much for the game.
Of course. Of course.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye. Alright, guys. And as you heard, I am going to stop here. Thank you guys for being here. And I guess one last time I can show you guys once again the surprise for those that didn't see. We're just gonna have that up. Have that there. No, it's not a jar with anything is in it happy. I don't do that. I don't. All right, where is the there? Okay, so the thing is the URW FPS swapper. I think I have it installed already, but whatever. I'm gonna install it again. Because it doesn't really matter. Oh, actually, whatever. Run it. Oh yeah, I did uninstall it. I guess I did uninstall it. Yeah, so this is it. The GRW FPS swapper. You just have to set it up. Tell it where the game folder is. Drag and drop the zip files with the mods here, or one zip file, whatever, or open the folder and just copy it there. One file copied. Why just one? What? Did I copy only one file? Oh shit, I copied the wrong file. Dang it. These two. But yeah, it works with one file as well. 2 files copied. There we go. And there we go. Now it got... Now you can select between them. So you can do cheat engine or executable. Yeah, currently the game is started, so that won't work. And then you just come here and switch between the third person, first person mod, activated or deactivated. And then just apply. And if the game is not started, it will work. I'm gonna have to see if what's it called? If I can detect if the game is started or not, so that I deactivate the first option where you toggle between the two. But anyway, got all the credits there, the mod people and myself, and how to use the swapper. Makes it simpler? Yeah, exactly. A lot simpler. And you don't have to keep it on. Once you swapped, you activated, you can close it. The only thing is that it has to be done while the game is not on for it to work. I am going to have to work some more on it. And actually, Jet, you too. I'll need your help to test it out, please. Whenever you can, you have time to test it out if it works for you. But I will message multiple of you guys, whatever, you know what I mean. And there's gonna be an installer or a portable version as well. Sooner than later, because I may work soon. As soon as I talk to Jeff. Oh, nice. Good. I mean, you will still have time to play some, don't you? Even if you work. And not gonna be working 24/7. But yeah, that's nice. Letting the weed out of your system. Okay. Going out more when you have money. Well, yeah. Probably not as much gaming. I'm sure of that. I mean, look at me. The difference between when I was not working and now when I'm working. I am still gaming, but I'm definitely not gaming as much as when I was not. So get you a new Corvette. Okay. Okay. Well, it's getting really late, so I am gonna get going, guys. Thank you very much for everybody for being here. And I hope to see you next time, whenever that's gonna be. Either way, whenever that's gonna be, you can see either by following me or by getting on Discord. I would say all the socials, but I'm not making any content for any of the socials except this, so. But yeah, thank you for being here. Hope to see you on the next one. And until then, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. Oh, wait. There we go. All right. Have a good one there, guys. Bye bye.